It's alright, alright, alright. Listen, babe. Oh, yeah. It's alright, alright, alright. Listen, babe. Oh, yeah. It's alright, alright, alright.
Check, 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 check. 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 Check, check, check.
Listen, babe. Oh, yeah. It's alright, alright, alright. 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 Listen, babe.
Check, check, check.
Yeah. It's alright, alright, alright. Listen, babe. Oh, yeah. It's alright, alright, alright. It's alright.
Hey, good break. I know I did. Did a lot of reflecting, a lot of growth, a lot of learning. Hopefully you guys did the same thing. I'm really excited about this evening class because we're going to be covering a lot of stuff. I think you need to turn me down in-house. I realize I am loud as hell. Just give me a second. They're going to turn me down in-house because right now I feel like Barry White mixed with R. Kelly. Voices sound really weird here. Too soon? Too soon? Okay, too soon. Okay. Let's not use R. Kelly. Elvis Presley, is that better? Anybody, for those who just can't see the connection? Okay, whatever. Anyway, tonight's going to be a really fun class. We got a lot of stuff to cover, but whether you guys realize it or not, we haven't been covering a lot of subjects. We've been circling 2 or 3 subjects every class. And the reason for that is because, whether you guys know or not, court has actually conditioned. If you joined the first 6 months of this class, you received a lot of conditioning. So by the time, like court warned you, by the time I arrive, I'm going to move around on some subjects, but I'm going to move a little fast. But the reason it may seem super fast for some of you guys who started late is because you missed the first 6 months. Court, all the stories he told you, the depth of the stories he told you, he actually gave you the foundation, almost everything we're teaching in the next 6 months. What we're doing is we're just expanding on them to get to the point that we're building a whole new matrix of how to see the things around you. In addition to that, I'll give you a lot of principles of scaling, growing a business. There was some information that got back to me that somebody had said that they wanted more tactics in class. And unfortunately, that's impossible unless you work with somebody specific to that industry. The reason you can't give people tactics when teaching business is because there is no one way of doing business. Because you're dealing in a world of randomness and competition, you have to be able to sometimes have to make a move that is right, and sometimes making a move that's wrong is right. And sometimes doing the right thing is the wrong thing. And so if you don't know how to think, you won't know how to grab these certain tactics to perform. Also, in addition to that, because evolution, population growth, business changes, competition, like they said, I think it was in the book Psychology of Money, he highlighted that a group of tactics that would have worked perfectly 10 years ago may have zero value in today's market. But the principle of thought of how you arrive at making smart decisions and running an effective business, that form of thinking is a total different form of thinking. Meaning that it's very similar to if you had to take Michael Jordan and put him in today's modern day basketball, he would be able to adjust because he had the right kind of mindset to make the adjustments. Where certain players, let's say a player today may have a hard time adjusting to another form of league because as they change the rules, they haven't learned how to think in a way that makes them adaptable to whatever challenge they may be dealing with in the industry. So it's almost impossible for me to have a class based upon this. If this happens, do this. Second of all, if you're looking for a class that is giving you hardcore tactics, it's probably because you were raised in a very authoritarian environment. When you're raised in a very authoritarian environment, people tell you what to do. You don't get to decide what to do. They tell you what to do and when to do it and how to do it. But in the real world of being an entrepreneur, you got to learn how to think freely, because ultimately looking at the world through the lenses of tactics is you start to fall in love with your tactics over what's actually happening in front of you. So it's like a boxer who goes into a match and they work on the routine swings that they practice in practice, and they go in there with another professional who learned to be adaptable to what's in front of them, and they get their behind whooped. And the reason they become whooped is because they went in there expecting a certain group of simplified tactics to work. So a real business course is going to teach you how to think. That's why a lot of times we fall in love with like some of these courses these self-help courses. They give you the 7 steps to success and the 5 steps to this and the 22 steps to this. It's because they teach you what to do. But the reality is that it probably won't work because there's so many variations in the game. So a real class has to teach you how to be an entrepreneur and how to think as an entrepreneur. So that's one of the things that by far, that's a difference. So no, I'm not going to teach tactics. And to that person who thought I should teach tactics, sorry, Pimpin', I ain't your daddy. Second thing, let's go to the next one. The next 2 classes is the last 2 free classes online, people. So after the next 2 classes, we're taking them off the Facebook group. And if you're not signed up in the team, you won't be able to view the classes at home. So just be aware that these are the last 2 classes that we're going to be running free on Facebook Online. If you have friends you want to share the classes with, hey, just bring them into the Facebook group, because the Facebook group will always be free to be part of the group. But to actually have access to the classes, you have to be part of the portal that you log into on the internet. And as well as to have access to the homework, you have to be part of the group so Tennille can have your email when she mass mail updates, changes, as well as homework lessons. Another thing, everybody in class, please grab you some food and snacks. We try to make sure that, because this class is really a thinking class, and when you're doing a lot of thinking, you burn a lot of calories. And so we try to bring in some, veggie sandwiches and turkey sandwiches and waters and snacks and chips and sometimes couple of woos and wham-whams to, keep you guys where you got the energy to finish the class. Some of y'all are burning more calories in this class than you burnt all week long. I'm just saying, I'm not pointing no fingers. So, God bless Liza. Anyway, so point is this. So at the end of the day, we want to just make sure that everybody is, realize there's snacks and food for everybody in the class. Last point I want to highlight before I jump into this exciting class. I'm really like Donald Trump. This is the best class ever. Best class. But before we jump into this class, which I'm so excited about, and I've been so hyped about, I wanted the class to come back last week because I did the layout last week, and I just was so hyped up, and it's so funny because I have people around me who are sometimes won't spark me to want to almost go into class in advance with just a regular conversation, but I try to avoid that because then it would muffle my excitement. And so right now my excitement is on steroids. But I posted some videos in the Facebook group. And I want to talk about those videos real quick before I jump into it, because there were some powerful lessons I was trying to bring to your attention. And then I'm gonna give you an example of something that I went through a personal test with myself. So sometimes I test myself, like, hey, you have these discipline, you have these skills. How powerful are these tools, and can you actually override them even though these tools are working? And so I posted a video with Dave Chappelle, how about the particular center that he was supposed to perform at canceled the performance because of the pressure from the trans community. And then I posted another one when they were talking about the George Floyd and the rioting that was happening all over the United States because of George Floyd. And they was kind of reporting details around George Floyd. And the third one was about this reporter who was highlighting global warming because England had hit 105, and it's something that just doesn't happen in England, right? And I wanted to see if you guys can see the gap. The binary bias, or the binary thinking, or the gap instinct in those 3 articles. And I want to highlight the wrong answers. So there was 2 answers posted. One is by this young brother who's part of the LGBTQ plus community. And he highlighted some of his sensitivity around how the trans conversation is kind of skewed, right? And how he's not sure about some interpretation around the way the media was interpreting the trans and Dave Chappelle positioning, right? And I think Tennille highlighted how she started to make an argument for Dave Chappelle in his side. Both of those arguments are totally incorrect of what I was trying to get you guys to achieve. The goal was not to look at the videos and take a position. The goal was to look at the videos and realize you can't take a position from the videos. The videos are priming you to take a either or position. They position trans over here, Dave Chappelle over here, right? Now, first of all, you have to remember, when you first see this position of Dave Chappelle and trans, you already have somewhat of a feeling for it. Your brain is going to instantly go to work to a form of confirmation bias, which is to your brain doesn't understand reasoning. So when you say I'm being reasonable, nobody's being reasonable. There's no such thing. This is again, there's no such thing as being reasonable. There's no such thing as being reasonable. Let me say this again, because some of y'all might think like, what? There is no such thing as being reasonable. When your brain is performing an unreasonable act, all it's trying to do is prove its facts, what it believes is true. Now, you never lose an argument to yourself. You never lose an argument to yourself. You always win your own arguments. And so in the end, when you're being reasonable, all you're trying to do is validate your belief, which is a form of confirmation bias. So when you watch a video like that, the person who's writing the story is aware that there's polarized energy around the story. A cameraman from ABC told me, he says, you don't film anything that doesn't sell. Don't ever film anything that doesn't sell. That's a basic rule of being a cameraman for the news, right? So in that context, when you see that polarization, you have to ask yourself this simple question: what is it they're not telling me? What is it I can't see? Where are you hiding my emotions so much I can't think, right? And so the in-between space is, have you heard the arguments of the trans community? Do you know what their argument is in death? Have you sat with the trans community? Have you hung out with a trans person long enough to say, oh, wow, I can see why they feel that way? Do you know the Dave Chappelle's position in totality? Do you know why the theater canceled? Do you know the theater was part of LGBTQ plus community? Do you know how many people they say the trans community? Do you know how many people that is? Are they unified like that? Right? 4, do you know, like once you realize how much you don't know, you realize, why are you forming such an early opinion? When you watch the news, it should only say there's a pattern out there you should be aware of, but you should reserve your opinion. Because whether you know or not, they're shaping your opinion. They're pushing you further and further to your fringes. And what happens is that then you're not actually thinking anymore. This is important because in the real world, when you're running your business and something goes wrong dear to your baby, this is your business, this is my baby. When something goes wrong, you're going to go into bias space. Now, you playing dominoes or hanging out with your friends, you operate in a space of biases. No one really gives a damn. No one's having a conversation around your personal kickity hangout life. But when it's time to make a critical decision about something that matters to you, you have to know that you have a bias. You have to know, if you listen to sources of information that's very polarizing, those are horrible sources of information if you're trying to analyze a complex problem. Because complexity requires for you to see the gap. What's in between of all these arguments? Same thing when they did to George Floyd. They never reported numbers. They would show you these pictures of everybody like burning up a space, but if you count the people, it might be 20 people. So 20 people in a city of like 1 million or 500,000 people, is that really a crisis? Is that really a crisis, right? We don't really know that. But what happens is that when they report the news, they're looting all over the place. Okay, they're looting a building here. Like the United States is huge. There's 350 million people. There's 350 million people. They're looting 100 businesses, and I give all 100 a separate camera. It seems like it's everywhere. But if you spread out 100 over 350 million people over 50 states, that's 2 places per state. That means they're looting one place in Oakland, one place in LA. Oh my God, it's going crazy. Really? That's like you saying somebody had a car accident in LA last week. Somebody had a car accident in Oakland last week. Driving's going to hell. It's over. No need to drive. Just might as well stay home. This is a dangerous space to be in. So the reason I wanted you guys to really sit with binary thinking is because you don't realize that is thinking control. That's thinking control. And I'm going to get into another class. Human beings don't seek truth. We seek group association. Groups matter more than truth. Whatever group we belong to, whatever you belong to matters more than the truth. Most of us are just trying to reinforce the truth of the group than the actual truth itself. So when you're running around talking about, I believe in truth, actually, you don't. Most of us don't believe in truth. We believe in the group that we associate ourselves with. This is why it's very important. Who do you join? Who do you align with? Who do you label with? Because whoever you label with is distorting truth for you. That's how your brain works. Your brain rather be accepted, be a part of the herd, and raise its status than find truth. And so if you're trying to practice the art of truth, you have to learn how to create filters for the way you look at the world. So when it's time to make a critical decision, you can start to put your filters in place and then analyze your own thinking. Last point between the self-reasoning, the individual reasoning skills is full of flaws. If you want to strengthen your reasoning skills, you have to reason amongst three or more. Which is, again, if you want to strengthen your reasoning skills, your decision-making skills, you must be able to reason amongst three or more people. Three or more people, what you'll find is because all three people are ultimately reasoning within their own form of reasoning. But one thing about a human being, we're horrible at seeing our flaws in our reasoning, but we're excellent at seeing the flaws in other people's reasoning. That's just the nature of human beings. So when you're doing a lot of isolating thinking and isolated processing, you might be in a web of just complexity of just foolishness because you're isolated. So in a part of our success, this is why that isolation game of this isolation, and you might say, well, then does social media help? No, social media doesn't help. Because on social media, most people are going online and really talking to themselves. So you're not getting the dynamics. In order for that dynamics to work, you have to be in somebody's face and you got to feel the consequences of your discussion. See, when somebody's alone at home, they're like, oh, you old black fag, right? They might be some white short person saying, black fag, that would never say it in person, right? But why do they get away with that online? It's because they don't have to see you. So the power of groups and the dynamics of our interaction will actually help us in our decision-making and our rationalization. And this is why diversity is critical, because when you have people with different backgrounds, they have different ways of thinking and processing problems, and they have different ways of seeing things, and that combination gives us much, 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 much richer outcomes for our decision making. Guys, with that, I'm going to quickly move on for this because I'm going to say I got a lot more to cover. So just know that reasoning by being isolated or being online and isolated is the same thing. If you want to improve your decision making, you need three or more. There's an upper limit as well. I think having a meeting either over 8 or over 12, I can't remember it right now off the top of my head. After a certain amount of number, it starts to become trash. It becomes noisy. But if you have a solid group of 3 people that you can talk to that are heavy hitters, that's why this class is important. If you start building a relationship with people in this class, that person will be a valuable asset to your decision making. You going home from this class and not talking to people will hurt you. So get over your ego, get over your sensitivity, get over this issue that you think you're not intelligent. None of us are intelligent, and all of us are intelligent. like we're human beings. Nobody's perfect. Get over it. Once you accept that nobody's perfect, start connecting with other people, because those other people can help you make better decisions. Those better decisions can help you solve greater problems. Those greater problems can put you in a better advantage in your own personal life. We cool? Shabisha, you got your juice, your drinks, your water, because we about to flow fast. All right, everybody got their sandwich or got something to eat? Because once we get started, we're going to be rolling. Everybody went to the potty? I just, with a daughter, that's the word now. Okay. All right, look at it. Somebody say, I'm going to go to the party. Okay, no, I thought you were going to the party? Okay, anyway. All right, so let me jump into this real quick. This will be fun, y'all. This is going to be fun. This will be so much enlightenment. I promise, I plan to disrupt your life today. Let's do this.
The negativity instinct.
Turn up just a little bit, Josh, because I got to hear Shabisha's voice. It's so magnificent. Both places, yeah. Turn up here and there, yeah. There you go. Just 1 second, everybody. We get our maestro, Josh, to actually turn the sound. There you go. Well, Josh. Josh. No. Just turn me down. Just turn me down a little bit. Just down a little bit. That's a little too high. Josh, you got me feeling like I'm about to do a concert. Okay, there you go. That right there. There you go, Josh. I was about to bring up my Luther Vandross, but go ahead. Hit it real quick. None of y'all start hating because I know y'all can't sing either. Anyway, go ahead.
The negativity instinct. In large part, it is because of our negativity instinct, our instinct to notice the bad more than the good.
So real quick. So I told you that black folks, one of the reasons we underperform is because we're too defense heavy, right? We can play defense as a culture really, really well. but this offensive thing is not our situation. Well, one of the negatives that go along with us playing defense so well is we see bad more than we see good. We see bad more than we see good. That's very important. So when you think very defensive when you walk around the world, you're quicker to notice more of the bad in the world than the good in the world. Keep going.
There are three things going on here. The misremembering of the past, selective reporting by journalists and activists, and the feeling that as long as things are bad, it's heartless to say they are getting better.
Now, also, too, let me add something. Let me just keep it 100. For my Christian family, we've also been programmed that the world's coming to an end and it's getting worse. So there's an automatic suggestion the world's always evolving in the worst direction. So in a sense, between our defensive thinking and our religious background, many of us are always seeking this. Because remember I said, we don't seek truth. We don't think in a pattern of truth. We think in a pattern of stories. And many of us are just trying to live out these stories that we are in our heads, right? So at the end of the day, religion suggests to us all the time, the world's getting worse. And so this is quite natural. Next slide.
Warning. Objects in...
Oh, wait, was your microphone on? Okay, you can hear her. Oh, she's cool? Okay, she's registering cool?
Myself,
She sounds low to us, too. Like, I sound real loud. She sounds real low. Okay, cool. I guess you go. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Warning. Objects in your memories were worse than they appear. For centuries, older people have romanticized their youths and insisted that things ain't what they used to be. So
y'all hear this all the time. Back in my days, things were so much better, right? We can't, that's a common saying in our community all the time. And that implies, right now there's somebody 30 years of age talking about back in my days, and then somebody who's 50 going, well, your days was pretty fucked up, right? And somebody 70 going, well, back in my days and all your days was fucked up. It's because the brain doesn't have the ability to actually assess properly back in the days. I grew up during the crack era, and I would swear it was way better than today. Go ahead.
Well, that's true, but not in the way they mean it. Most things used to be worse, not better. But it is extremely easy for humans to forget how things really did used to be. So
it's not your brain also. Not only do you lack observations based upon your perspective, your brain is also dropping bad memories. Next one.
Beyond living memory, for some reason, we avoid reminding ourselves and our children about the miseries and brutalities of the past.
So if you were to actually go back and look at news articles that were happening during your time coming up, you'll find some real brutal shit that happened. But in your brain, you remember those fun days and the times with the family and the barbecues, and that really becomes your past. Your brain starts to Photoshop a past that goes with your happiness and your moments of joy and moments of things you can remember. So your highlights becomes the whole picture. You forget you almost forget 9/11s happened. You almost forget wars happened. You almost forget brutal murders and all kind of stuff happens because your brain is also limited. But keep going.
The truth is to be found in ancient graveyards and burial sites, where archaeologists have to get used to discovering that a large portion of all the remains they dig up are those of children.
So when they dig up old findings of people, a large portion of people that got killed in these wars and all these other things were children. We're going through an era of culture purity. We're trying to purify everything, even our memories of the way it used to be. This is like when arguments was happening around the R. Kelly and the 70s and rock and roll. 70s rock and roll dated young girls all the time, right? And so by the time R. Kelly comes on board, he's within the modern day culture and perception. But if you actually roll back and look at the history, we've been evolving and getting better in the way that we engage young women, our young girls, right? In addition to that, or you go back to like in the 70s, men would in Wall Street have a successful month and then have an orgy in the office that evening. and then be back at work the next week, and there's nothing's going to ever happen, right? That was happening today, we'll be like, whoa, right? Hugh Hefner was a white male pimp, but the era he came up in, he was celebrated. If that white male pimp was to start today, we got a problem, right? But what we did, we have revisional history happening in our head all the time. And this is critical because a lot of us feel like, oh, life is so bad. You actually got it better than almost any human being has ever had it. Most of us in the United States, almost, like we have life so much better. So much better. But in our brain, we're always focusing on the bad over the good. Go ahead.
Most will have been killed by starvation or disgusting diseases, but many children's skeletons bear the marks of physical violence. Hunter-gatherer societies often had murder rates above 10%.
Okay, let me spend here with 10%. Murder rate of 10% in the United States today would be like. Imagine right now, I don't think we hit 100,000 people in the homicide. I don't think we even hit 50,000 people being killed in homicide in this whole, on the 350 million people, I don't think we even hit 50,000 total. If black people know, I don't think we hit 30,000. I almost want to believe we're under 20,000 people get killed in this country through homicide. If this was back in the day, we'd be at 3.5 million people a year dying. Do you understand how wild this country would be if 3.5 million people were dying a year? 10%? But in your brain, oh, it's so bad. It's so crazy out here. 35 million people be dying a year. Killed, being murdered, homicide. 35. Y'all have never even met. Last time y'all saw something like that was World War II. Like that wasn't even fully 35 million total because that represented the whole world. So I don't think you guys understand. Things have been getting better and better and better and better. And this is the first time we've seen a society this large actually come together and this many people not be so violent towards each other. So even when you guys witness these moments of violence on the news, when you look at the end of the year, how many people actually died, I'm not saying that we should ever be comfortable with homicide. And I'm not saying that the numbers can't get better. I'm saying as human beings, we are such idealists. We're saying the world should be what we want it to be, not what it is. Like I was riding with my son the other day. I said, you know what's crazy to me? How many people complain about the world? There's 8 billion people on this earth who are moving by random motivations. And there's so much randomness and uncertainty that exists around us. Problems and death and weird shit will always happen. When you come on this earth, it's not supposed to stop because you were born and you was the sky, the moon turned red and the world was supposed to go all at peace and everybody's supposed to give you what you want and make your opportunities and everybody's supposed to love you for your variations of your genders, race, or whatever. We should almost say this is what the world really is and how do I want to contribute? And the things that go wrong, it's just part of the game. You don't get to change. I don't get to say, oh my God, what happened in Africa, Middle East, Ukraine should have never happened. Was I over there having a conversation with leadership? Was I moving the money? Was I in control of the population? No, that's how the game works. But has things gotten better? Yes. Do human beings constantly work on making things better? Yes. But sometimes some of us are so boggled down by the negative, we're so stressed out about the world or how things are going on around us or things are outside of us to the fact that we don't realize, no, things are chugging along really, really well. And life was never meant to be perfect. So all your imperfect, small-ass complaints, you're going to have to shrink that shit. Oh, my God, the other day I went to the store. This guy didn't look at me straight. It just really bothered me. I just really want to I just feel like the store should go away. What the fuck? Like, I'm sorry. It's too many human beings for us to ask everybody to follow a single rule. There will never be one size fit all. But yet what we've done is we've made ourselves a prisoner of our own thoughts. We don't accept that the world is random, complex, and will always have problems. And as human beings, our role is to participate in solutions. That's a pretty beautiful life. That we're all here to be part of a solution, not come in this world and sit at our house doing nothing, complaining about the world's messed up, only causing ourself physical, mental harm. Because when you say outdoors, that car shouldn't be there, and it's there every day, and you don't do anything about it, then the only conflict that's happening in this world is in your head. If you lead in this world through curiosity, trying to discover why things do exist that doesn't make sense, quite often that's where the lessons lie. This is where the deeper insight happens. But by you not looking at life through curiosity as opposed to through eyes of judgment, judgment keeps you ignorant. Judgment keeps you ignorant. Curiosity helps you grow. Keep going.
And children were not spared. In today's graveyards, child graves are rare.
So back in the days, children were spared. Children die, adults die, everybody died. Babies gotta go, everybody gotta go. Now that's rare. When somebody kills a child, hey, we all going to war. Like if somebody told you, like you might not even think about white people like that, or Asian people, or Latino people, or whatever people. But if you hear about that some child being killed, you come online. All of a sudden you ride with them. Because at the end of the day, as human beings, where we are now, as we evolve, hurting children is just not something we're comfortable with. On no level. But back in the days, even 50 years ago in this country, child abuse was like crazy. And we've evolved so much in this current culture now where we don't expect to see child abuse anymore. Well, in certain parts of the United States. It's still certain places, still pretty rough. Let's keep rolling.
We are subjected to never-ending cascades of negative news from across the world. Wars, famines, natural disasters, political mistakes, corruption, budget cuts, diseases, mass layoffs, acts of terror.
So you notice how many of us can't even enjoy, like many of us now watch TV shows that are just based upon all the fucked up shit's happening in the world. We read articles all day long. But you know what that's doing to you? It's also removing opportunities from your thinking. You're so flooded with what's wrong with the world, you can't see what's possible with the world. This is the danger of this. You're carrying all this weight of things you can't fix, only cause you to become more depressed, sometimes anxiety, sometimes suicidal, and yet you can't see a solution on how to move your life forward because you're overwhelmed with all the things that you can't change, and some of them are part of the game. Some of them are even, so I was telling this guy the other day, and he was like, politicians, and everything came out of his mouth was wrong from that point on. And I said, do you understand the game they play? Do you understand that they play the game of resources, votes, positioning? There's different games happening. By the time you see stuff on television, that's the last theatrical act. But if you missed the first 10 parts of their development of the process, and so now you're judging them by just one of the acts of 11. And so now you're and then you have some opinionator who comes on after that and it gives you opinion of that little small piece of fact that you have, making you feel as if you're certain about what is wrong with the world, when really you don't understand it. And this is critical, so I'm gonna get to why that's important in a minute. So we're subject to this all the time. You as a minority, you as a black person, you as a person Latino or Latinx, you as a person LGBTQ plus community, you as a person, a white woman, you non-white males. Everybody, have you noticed everybody's a victim now? Ain't no non-victims in this game. Everybody gets England over here talking about, hey, Beyonce, can you get rid of the word spaz because over here that's what it means. Right? It's everybody's a victim. Everybody's a fucking victim. No one's able to say, oh, that's what y'all mean, y'all culture, or in our culture, it means this. For example, if I was walking to a person from the LGBTQ community say, hey, man, stop being a punk, that could be deemed inappropriate. But if I go to a rock concert and say, are they doing punk tonight? That's appropriate. Let me show you another angle. If I'm in the hood and I'm talking to my boy, like, man, lift that weight, stop being a punk about it, we're not associated with gay, but that can be taken the wrong kind of way. Those are three different meanings that have different relative value to each, but what we automatically assume is a person that hears it doesn't have the ability to go, oh, that's how y'all use it. Like, I hate the N-word, but there's certain people around me that still use the N-word. And when I listen to them use it, I do pay attention to the context of how they use it, right? If they use it in a malicious, self-destructive way, I might be like, hey, bruh, come on, man. right? But if they're using the language as a form of expression, even though I disagree with it, I don't tap their shoulders because we have a cultural variation. And who am I to tell you you're wrong and I'm right, but you live in a different reality, right? And so at the end of the day, this negative branding is starting to shape the way we see the outside world, which is making the world so heavy on our brains. Here's the next point. We're burning so much resources, psychological resources, on our perception, we have no resources left to build for ourselves. This is critical. Keep going.
Journalists who reported flights that didn't crash or crops that didn't fail would quickly lose their job.
So if somebody reported all the successes and things that worked, people be like, okay, wrap it up. This is the most boring news ever. Keep going.
Stories about gradual improvements rarely make the front page, even when they occur on a dramatic scale and impact millions of people.
So let me say that this line right here is so critical to you. So you know how if you've been around me for long enough, you know I'm always dumping on the political activist tone of the 60s in 2022. Because we're not recognizing the gradual changes and evolution. Some of us are still walking around here like we live in the down south in Birmingham, Alabama, and we try to start a business. And we even whisper, we don't want them white people coming after us. I can't tell everybody what's going on because he can stop everything I'm doing. You forgot that the internet came along. Diversity has grown in this country. Opportunities and possibilities grown in this country. Population since the 60s went from, I think we were close to 200 million, now we have 350 million. We almost doubled, right? The whole game has changed. But many of us don't see the incremental change because when we process the world around us, we can't think in those small increments. We're going from crisis to crisis to crisis to crisis. We're not realizing how many positive things have actually happened in your lifetime, in your existence, that's changed your opportunity possibilities, your access to information, and your ability to compete. You're not being trained how to think like that. Everything around you you're being bombarded and marketed this big leap type of way of thinking when really life is about a whole bunch of small increments that over time you're able to measure, go, wow, we made this much progress? But you guys are not looking for that. You guys going, well, what about what happened when the Black Panthers, wait, what? Well, what happened back in the 90s? Wait, stop. Tupac said, okay, whoa, 2022, let's rev it up a little bit. A lot of small incremental things have happened, a lot of different opportunities have happened, a lot of possibilities have been revealed that we're not able to exploit because we're still tracking everything through a very highlight-based process. You guys get where I'm going with this? So life doesn't move based upon big leap to big leap to big leap. It's a whole bunch of small things that make the next big leap. And we're missing them. And this is why a lot of times you can't see business opportunities because there's many small movements that are happening around you that open up new possibilities and new opportunities. And you can't even measure those possibilities because you're looking for something big to happen to justify your next move. You guys get that? It's small stuff. Small stuff. This is why when you watch TV all the time, it's creating such a psychological distortion, you can't compete. Let's keep going.
And thanks to increasing press freedom and improving technology, we hear more about more disasters than ever before. When Europeans slaughtered indigenous peoples across America a few centuries ago, it didn't make the news back in the old.
So let me add another layer to this complexity. So I've already showed you that, okay, you've been trained. So a defense culture, you have religious motivations that the world's getting worse. You have a media that's reinforcing things are getting worse. But in addition to that, your brain, and then we also mentioned that the brain doesn't have the ability to remember the past accurately. It almost photoshops the past to fit how you wish to see your past. Here's the next level. We never had this much reporting ever before. So now when shit went bad in LA, most of us would have never known. Shit would have been down south. Most of us, back in the days before internet, most of us would have never known. We knew none of that shit. None of this would have even mattered, right? Stuff that was happening in South America, you would have known. Stuff happening in Africa, Europe, you would have never known, right? But now when you have mass reporting, it feels like things are going crazy everywhere. It's not. This is how the world's been rolling. But if a reporter, if you turn on the news and it seems like for 8 hours straight, they reported every 10 minutes something new that seemed like this many things going bad? Well, it's because we have more camera phones. We have more storytelling. We have more media sources. Remember, we had 3 television channels. Now we have a plethora of information sources. So with that many information sources, they're gathering more noise, more details. So now the world seems worse because you're having access to more bad things, even though the bad things have decreased. You get where I'm going with this? This is important. Go ahead.
The news constantly alerts us to bad events in the present. The doom-laden feeling that this creates in us is then intensified by our inability to remember the past. Our historical knowledge is rosy and pink, and we fail to remember that 1 year ago, or 10 years ago, or 50 years ago, there was the same number of terrible events, probably more.
So stop. So because without the mass reporting, when your parents or when you say back in our days, it wasn't like this, with your limited news access, your limited access to the surrounding world, you thought it was actually better because you got a chance to watch your television channel, the Cosbys or whatever else you was watching of your time that made the world seem so peachy clean and everything was so amazing. What you didn't realize is that you had lack of access. Now you have all this excess of access, the world seems like it's getting worse, and then reporters are making more money off of this because that's what you want now. You want to continue to stimulate that feeling. You're becoming addicted to things getting, like you're almost looking for shit to go bad. You expect shit to go bad. You even start to talk. Matter of fact, if you want to be popular in your surrounding groups, you can talk about how you're aware how bad things are getting and what solutions you are doing to avoid how things are really getting bad, and really you're not doing anything special. This is mental conditioning that's happening to you so aggressively. When you get around circles of people, you go hang out at a barber shop or got a hair shop or any place that you hang out with groups of people. Did you see how bad this shit is getting? No one's saying, hey, do you notice the incremental change of growth and possibilities of this possible market is opening up that we can actually exploit? No one is even processing the world like that. But it's because you're being programmed. This is why the masses are not equipped to become innovators and start new businesses, because quite often they're being limited. This is why Mark Zuckerberg and them say, I don't want my kids on media. I'm winding you down. I'm disconnecting you from opportunities, and I'm making you highly tuned to the flaws of the world that will never go away, because that's how the world works. It's been pimping since pimping since pimping since pimping. It doesn't change. That's what it is. The difference now is that we just don't have as many holes. I'm putting it in that context so y'all can get what I'm saying with this. Like, there's still prostitution on San Pablo, but when I was a kid, it was on MacArthur and San Pablo, and it was loaded. I used to be so happy to drive down the streets because I liked the pretty girls when I was young too. I was like, oh my God, where are they going? What kind of concert is happening here? I can't wait till I'm old enough. Didn't know it was prostitutes. Had no idea. Right? But now the game is a lot different than it is. I'm not saying it's good. Don't get me wrong. We're not advocating bad is good. Don't try to twist your brain in that negative direction. What I'm advocating is that our perception of bad is so exaggerated that it allows us also to be pimped and manipulated by those who offer false solutions. Keep going.
This illusion of deterioration creates great stress for some people and makes other people lose hope.
Read that last one again. This is why this class is created, y'all. Keep going. Say it again. Say that last sentence one more time.
This illusion of deterioration creates great stress for some people and makes other people lose hope.
That's what started hope right there. This is what I saw in my people. So a lot of social justice programs and activist programs was destroying our hope. If you lose hope, it's almost like you're a slave to your own mind. If you believe the world is horrible, everything's going bad, you don't have a chance, white supremacy is the strongest system in the world, your people are stupid, this is dumb, I can't get along with most of these men, I don't hang out with black men, I don't hang out with black women. You hear I'm hearing all this negative undertone. And I'm hearing like, oh, people of color, minorities, oh, this is unfair, they was mistreated here, this person was racist, this person was sexist, this person was homophobic, oh my God. And so what I see is human beings losing hope. And they just start accepting the worst jobs, worse choices, poverty, bad relationships, bad health, to the point that then those things become almost a badge to wear. So what if I'm broke? I'm a hard hood dude. I can be broke as I want to be. I don't give a fuck. I'm broke. I'd be like, ooh, he's sexy, girl. You think I'm lying? Y'all think I'm lying? That shit's real as 100%. Liza was originally overweight. Now she's getting to a point that it's kind of unhealthy at her age. 35 at that weight, it's not easy. I'm telling you somebody, young people, y'all don't know this. At a certain age, weight gets harder and harder, right? And as you get harder, the knees start acting a fool, the breathing, your oxygen start getting kind of weird, all kind of little diseases start popping up you ain't never heard of before. So you have to start taking care of yourself if you want to make it longer in this world, right? But now she's branded that's the coolest thing to be. I'm saying to people, like, we gotten to a point that we're losing hope, and then we're starting to adjust to not having hope anymore. Well, if you're an entrepreneur, could you imagine trying to be a good entrepreneur and not having hope? It's kind of weird, ain't it? You gotta have some hope. But the only ways you're going to regain hope is you have to gain accuracy on how you see the world around you. And as you gain accuracy on how you see the world around you, you also understand the things you need to sign up to and things you need to disconnect from. You understand what path you have to take. But as long as I can distort the truth to you, then at the end of the day, the story you tell yourself is causing your own destruction. This is so critical. Let's keep going. Oh, for good. Okay, keep going. Yeah, next one. Hold on a second.
Okay. What are people?
Okay, this phrase here, before she starts, hold on a second. Before she start, this is one of the most powerful phrases of the evening. And I need y'all like to sit with this for a second. I might even do that yoga shit where, man, light the sage. We might just go and let us just sit here for a minute and let this one just flow in your spirit. Read this again. Read this one. Just read this one. Just to highlight the part first.
What people are really thinking when they say the world. What are people really thinking when they say the world is getting worse? My guess is they are not thinking.
That phrase is so much more powerful than you can begin to realize. And this is a superpower I'm about to give you right now. I asked you, is the world getting worse? I feel like the world, there you go. What do you think about this? Well, I feel, there you go. We are exchanging information with our loved ones with, you know what I feel? I feel like the world, I feel like this neighborhood, I feel like black people, I feel like white people, I feel is the problem. When you're talking about a nation of 350 million people, you can't feel, bro. When you're talking about a city, an area of 7.5 million, which is the Bay Area, you can't feel. When you're talking about a city of 500,000 people, you can't feel. You know what you feel? That's all you can feel. Maybe to your little household, you can feel some of the stuff in the household. Can't even feel all that. Most people don't think they feel. Many of you guys are running around based upon what you feel, not what you think. You don't even know what tools to gain access to properly think about the world around you. You're too busy trying to feel about the world around you. Let me show you how that shit shows up when you're doing business. I feel that people gonna buy my product. What the fuck you mean you feel people gonna buy your product? Well, I feel like it. You don't realize there's tools you gotta develop to get to the point you can actually think to understand if people will or will not buy your products. Then when somebody tries to give you feedback, your feelings says, no, I feel, I know, I talked to my mama and I feel like I know this is going to sell. I always knew my whole life when I started, I've been dreaming about doing this my whole life. Just reinforcing your feelings. When you decide to, okay, if you feel you could jump off a tall building and land, your feelings has betrayed you. Why has it betrayed you? Because the law said if you jump off that 10-story building, it ain't gonna be good for you. But somehow you guys realize that when it comes time to jump off a 10-story building, you have to think. You have to calculate and go, these knees won't make it. Gravity ain't my friend. Anybody got something tool to help me get down here? Where's the elevator? Escalator. Right? But when we run our business, which is based on the same reality as gravity, we go from thinking to, I feel it's going to work. I really do feel like that. I really do feel like that. And I think this is what we're going to do. I'm going to do that. And then you go into then you try to, this is where I remember I told you earlier, your brain self-rationalization, self-reasoning is not a thing. Your brain doesn't know how to self-reason. There's no such thing as self-reasoning. Your brain does not self-reason. Your brain self-argues your point, and then you call it reasoning. Your brain cannot hear your personal reasoning. It can hear other people's reasoning. So quite often, when you're in your isolation coming with this great business idea, you have done all this reasoning in your head, which is taking your feelings and learn to argue your feelings in your head. Then you turn to people outside of you and go, you know what? This is why the facts say my business is going to be successful. But if you rewind and unravel it, it's really, I feel it should be successful. I found all these facts of support through confirmation bias, because your brain is just a bias-based animal. And now I'm articulating to you to convince you to come along with my idea. Now, you can learn how to impact people around you and access people around you. You can learn that. You can learn what people want and desire. You can learn that. You can learn how to create the right products and services. You can learn that. You can learn to see opportunities. You can learn that. But quite often we clog the process with this articulate feeling that we call thinking. When you think about a market, if you think about, I want to hire 20 people and this is what I want to do, you can't feel that. You're going to have to think through that. I can't begin to, you're going to start to hear it now when you listen to people speak on like opinionators. What I feel, but then they articulate with big words and charisma, or they put a celebrity or something like this, and you take what they said they feel as a thought, and then turn to somebody else and says, hey, Court, Josh said, and he's a scientist, by the way. I just transferred a feeling as a thought. Most people are not feeling, most people are not thinking, they're feeling. Keep going.
My guess is you feel that me saying that the world is getting better is like me telling you that everything is fine, or that you should look away from these problems and pretend they don't exist. And that feels ridiculous and stressful.
So some of you guys want to tell you the world's getting better. You feel like, no, you ask me to look away, and like you try and act like black folks is cool and Latino folks is cool and women are cool and LGBTQ plus is cool and small white men who can't fight is cool. That's whatever. But white poor people, because that's the largest population of poverty in the United States, is cool. I'm not suggesting those things are cool. That's not what I'm suggesting. Keep going.
When people wrongly believe that nothing is improving, they may conclude that nothing we have tried so far is working and lose confidence in measures that actually work.
Let me try this again. When you think that the world's getting worse, you don't value anything that's worked so far, or you can't even measure small, moving, incremental changes. You're looking for, if it doesn't work right away, you don't see a big bang explosion, it's not working. You look at systems that we've done in the past that actually did work, and it's because you were so busy thinking the world's getting worse, you don't see the value in them. Somebody asked me the other day, they said, Donna, what do you think about the NWCP? I said, I don't know. I can't really tell you. Because they changed their format a little bit since the 60s. They went towards more the legal side, so they have value added. Can I say they're bad? No. Because if I say they're bad, that means I'm measuring them by this standard of, well, the black community's still real bad, and obviously they ain't working because I still see poor people everywhere I turn. By you distorting the facts of what's happening, you're also blinding yourself from strategies on how to move things forward. Gaining accuracy about the world give you accuracy around the ability to assess your business or assess anything you build. By you distorting reality of the world, you distort what you're doing and what you build. In a business, and Court can tell you this, and anybody, Shakina can tell you this. In a business, things can feel really progressive for like a few months and can feel really dead for a lot of months. But in those dead periods, you're actually moving forward. It's just a slower process. And then you have these huge surges, because remember, the rules is compounded, right? And compounding, when you're compounding, things move slow in the beginning and they accelerate in the end. So you can start a new idea in your business and it's moving really slow. It feels like it's just so small and incremental. And then all of a sudden it explodes. That's the rule of compounding, right? But in that slow period, if you don't understand how to measure the slow period and look at things historically that worked in a slow fashion, you can only assume, well, let me just change again. Let me keep changing. And so you keep changing strategies because you can't even measure your own progress because your distortion of how the world around you work. You see how cold this shit is? It's not just, I watch news and be positive or don't be negative or blah, blah. It's no. It's when you're running a business and you have to be the captain of that ship and you're selling that ship. If you think the water is supposed to be the same way it looks on TV and only to discover that none of that shit is real, you got a rude awakening. At some point, you have to learn what the ocean actually does to properly navigate your ship on the ocean. But many of us have an ocean of a story in our mind, not the ocean we're selling. Only to find out once we start to sell it, oh shit. This is why one of the things that used to get on my nerves is people with jobs who would give everybody advice. You've been at home watching ocean shows your whole life and about to tell a captain how to sell a ship. But yet, the person that you should be talking to is a person who have you at least rowed a motherfucking boat? Have you been on a canoe? Have you even went swimming? How now you gonna tell me to sell my ship? That's so critically different. And so by you not understanding the way the world properly works, you're losing out on critical thinking or the ability to command strategies because your perception of the world is highly distorted. Y'all with me so far? Y'all see how cold this is, how damaging the news is at building shit you want to build and how your perception of the world's getting worse and man, this hood and this all this negative person walking around like negative. Look at your life. It's directly impacting you. You gotta start seeing the beauty, the opportunities, the progress, the good people. There's way more good people than bad people in this world. When I did a ride along with the police officers, they said only 3% of Oakland does all the crime. 97% of Oakland don't commit crime. But if you look at Oakland from afar, it looks like, man, at least 20, 30%, there's some shit going down. Right? Perception is everything. So if you think everything around you is criminal, what business are you going to start? Where do you see the opportunities at? This is why when other cats come from other countries and they just pass you up really fast, it's because they frame in the world differently because of the way they're showing up to this world. But it's also proven if their children stay in a society and start to adjust to your thinking, they become victimized the same as we can become victimized. The way you reframe reality changes the opportunities you can have from that same reality. Let's keep rolling. This is the key word right here. Now listen, this is business here. Oh, turn that microphone on because I want to make sure they heard what you say.
Be a possibilist.
By the way, that word, please don't Webster that word. That's design word for the moment. So don't be like, I ain't never heard that word before. Go ahead, let's go. Mm-hmm.
If we lose hope because of stupid misconceptions.
So this again, say that one second. Say it again. Just say it one more time because I think, online, I think some people are hearing impaired. Some people are like a little older in our group. And we've got some people that a lot of listening in their life. They may not want to hear what you just had to say. So just say it one more time.
If we lose hope because of stupid misconceptions.
If we lose hope because of stupid misconceptions. No, we didn't lose hope because the world screwed up. We didn't lose hope because Shabisha took it from me. You didn't lose hope because your mama took it from you. You're losing hope because of stupid misconceptions. I want you to understand, like, if the world feels like it sucks to you and you almost feel like, why was I born? It is a flaw in your perception of the world around you. Go ahead.
It might not happen at all. The loss of hope is probably the most devastating consequence of the negativity instinct and the ignorance it causes.
Do I need to say it? You just read it. I'm not going to speak on it. I'm going to let you read that. We go to the next slide, but read that one more time. The loss of hope is probably the most devastating consequence of the negativity instinct and the ignorance it causes. I don't know if y'all ever sat in a room with people who lost hope. They become more mythical, more make-believe. They start to believe things that don't even exist. They become more extreme. They start to think within the fringes because they feel like they have no access to the real world. That they're more conspiracy theory, more gods coming, they come with more superpowers are going to come to this world and either stop them or change the world, or they got to wait. I remember this one sister told me, I don't know why you worry about racism, Nana, because in 400 years, Elijah Muhammad said, we're going to exchange power with white people. I said, oh, okay. Let me go get me a drink. But that's loss of hope. It's loss of hope. If I can change your perception of the world around you and you lose the hope, and this is when you guys start joining these cultist organizations. You know, the QAnon. Yeah, QAnon. You don't tell you I don't give a shit. QAnon, right? But QAnon is not the only one. We got them in our black community all over the place. We have a whole bunch of false belief groups that we don't brought into because at the end of the day, we lost hope. A lot of churches benefit from losing hope. There's churches right now that tell you go do some extreme stuff that y'all know damn well is some weird shit. But a lot of people who joined who got PhD. Look, here's the thing. Your education won't separate you from it. You could be highly educated and lose hope and join those groups. I don't know if you guys ever heard of the truthers. Truthers is when people say 9/11 didn't happen. And they're the ones who run around and they always claim these extreme conspiracies, right? But they're like really weird conspiracies. And there's people who join that group who had PhD backgrounds, who are highly educated individuals who said they lost hope. And when you lose hope, your brain starts to play tricks on you that bypasses your intelligence. Your intelligence will not keep you from falling victim to some of the most weirdest shit in the world. I will even argue with you this. This is going to make somebody uncomfortable. And I don't care because you can't whoop me. Lily, hear me? They can't whoop me. So anyway, here's the thing. Some of y'all have turned your culture into a cult because you lost hope. Some of you guys have turned your culture into a cult because you lost hope. You know, black people, because we are, and this is who we are. Okay, Egypt was, and I'm telling you, because Egypt did this. And then the Moors understood, okay, bro, did you feed your children today? We're the original people. Brother and sister, excuse me, what does that mean? The world doesn't promise you that if you're the original, if you're the first, don't mean you're the last. These are the code, like we turned our culture, or, you know, black people versus white people, our culture is a beautiful thing because it helps us process a complex world that none of us really have the energy to process by ourselves. Culture is part of our survival. But for everything good in a human being, it has some negatives. You have to have a cultural filter. But some of us, because we lost hope, we run around and we think because we are cultural Puritans, we walk around and we eat the cultural foods and we do all the cultural ancient African practices and we believe in ancient African spirituality, somehow we could put our hope there, but our whole personal life that we live in the real world feels somewhat hopeless. I knew a group of black folks, I ain't gonna never call their name because I'm still really cool with some of them. I still try to pull them out of it. They were the blackest of black. Like, if y'all want to talk about who was one of the most blackest organizations in the 90s in Oakland, and don't y'all be don't call out no names, I'm going to look at you like I don't know what you're talking about. But they were so black that most of the black leaders who came to Oakland to speak came through them. And these cats had more guns in the house. One time, this is no lie, they put me in the back of it. They said, you want to do a run with us? I said, sure. I get in this big old like black truck, like a Bronco type truck. They blindfold me. We get out the truck, we're in the middle of the wilderness. They put a pistol in my hand. We're going to go through these exercises. We run for like 3 miles or 4 miles with fatigue on. Man, when I got back, I said, y'all will never, I won't even shake your hand again. I don't trust y'all no more. Right? No, I'm not going to tell you what it is. And the simple fact that, but here's the thing. They will run around and tell you how everybody in the world was wrong, how they had the higher knowledge and higher wisdom. But these cats ate more beans and rice because they were so broke than anybody I knew. When people needed money for health problems, education, or any other thing, they had no money. When it came help for, like, I can't pay my bills, they couldn't help members of the team. This is when your culture becomes a cult because you've lost hope. When you gain hope, you start disconnecting from you start realizing, yeah, I hear what you're saying, but I don't know what we're going to do with that. I love black folks, but once again, our hope is being, our perception of the world is so altered. We're losing so much hope. We're becoming victim to like culture salespeople. See, sister, I understand black culture more than you do. Now, when you sleep with me tonight, I'm going to break down Kemet for you and how the original people, you understand me? Now, what's your sister doing? Because I need to talk to her too. You think I'm playing? It's real. Y'all think I'm playing? It's real. A lot of people lose ability to think for themselves because they become totally cultish. Because they lost hope, and because they lost hope, they lose the ability to think, and your education won't save you. This is why it's important that you change the way you see the world so you can have hope, so you can be a much more healthier human being. Human beings without hope is dangerous. Let's keep riding. Solutions. Let's get to some solutions.
Solution. The solution is not to balance out all the negative news with more positive news. That would just risk creating a self-deceiving, comforting, misleading bias in the other direction.
Just be happy. Come on. Let's be great. Life is wonderful, ain't it? Come on. The sun is up. I'm not going to start singing. Keep going.
It would be as helpful as balancing too much sugar with too much salt. It would make things more exciting, but maybe even less healthy.
There you go.
A solution that works for me is to persuade myself to keep two thoughts in my head at the same time.
Y'all remember me saying this to you numerous times? Learn to have two thoughts, separate thoughts in your head at the same time. This is the difference between basic thinking and complex thinking. You have to be able to hold opposing ideas of both possible truth. Remember, truth changes based on the conditioning. Truth is not always the same truth. If you change the condition, truth changes. So something can be true here. This is why people are like, oh, the Bible's full of contradictions. I'm like, really? How do you know? How do you know the conditions of when that was written? If you know the conditions of how that's written, how do you speak on that? You can't. Without conditions, because the same thing can be true here, can be false here if the conditions change. So truth is totally conditional. Truth is totally conditional. So that means you have to be able to hold two ideas that are totally opposing in your mind at the same time, and sometimes find the balance between those ideas, not the extreme one or the other. Because binary biases makes you want to lean one or the other as opposed to the other. Where you have to get to, and this is how you've been trained by media, is this versus that versus this, good versus bad, right versus wrong. You got to be able to hold both. Hold both. This is a superpower too. I've been saying this for days, but this is bringing it home. Why this is so important? Because the world is so complex, and the world is always changing its conditions. The world is so random. The world is so uncertain that at the end of the day, if you are not able to hold multiple ideas that are in opposition at the same time, because sometimes a right idea, like for example, I don't like drug dealer kingpins. Don't like them at all. There's nothing about my blood. My father was a drug dealer kingpin, by the way. Right? I don't like drug dealer kingpins, but I also see the value of a drug dealer kingpin. You say, what do you mean? Because when you take out the top guy, what happens to if you don't have a system robust enough to like suppress drugs as a whole, then all the small guys start warring, and as you get lower in that system, it becomes more violent, more self-destructive, and more spillover to the large communities. Right? Where kingpins often create order amongst drug dealing, which keeps it to the point that it doesn't spill over to schools and, walking down the street with your family, and all of a sudden you ducking bullets or you lose your child in the process. So those are two opposite ideas that I can disagree with and agree with at different times based on the condition. If you change condition, I can change both of my positions on both of those ideas. You guys see where I'm going with this? This is grown people shit. Grown people shit is being able to hold two opposing ideas in your head at the same time. News is good and news is bad. That way, when you're watching news, you put a filter in place. You say just bad, you're in the wrong place. Just good, you're in the wrong place. How do you build a filter? Do you see the tools that they're using to manipulate the way you think and process the world? How do you regulate how much you see of it? If you sit in front of the news all day long, no matter how brilliant you are. So I know about binary thinking. I know documentaries are full of shit, because they're full of binary storytelling. So I watched this thing on Netflix where this brother was talking about the history of, we need to know about the history of slavery. This was a lawyer. I forgot he's from Harvard. Yeah, he's from Harvard, the lawyer from Harvard, and he's talking about the history of slavery. So I decided I'm gonna watch it to see, because anytime you talk about the death of your ancestors, it's hard for anybody to watch. So I'm gonna watch this and see how bad it is, and what kind of emotional experience I'm gonna have because I wanted to test it. I consider myself a pretty strong-willed person, and a person that can actually disconnect and think and then reconnect. And I'm watching it. And I'm watching how so many things he's not saying, so many things he's not alluding to, so many things that he's shaping through binary storytelling. And I know they're incorrect and incomplete, but I was saying this to the whole time. Whoo, that's a hard one there. Whoo. I mean, that if I was in that environment all the time, I'm not sure how much resistance I would actually have. I may be consciously resisting, but subconsciously I might be in full alignment. I may be slightly skewing decision-making or the way I perceive things, because if you just stay in front of it all day and all night, I can't avoid that. What I'm saying is, as strong as my will is, it is almost close to impossible to constantly bombard yourself with all negative stuff. It's all about that balance. It's all about knowing when to apply it. It's not, and sometimes you need to know the negative stuff. If there's negative shit going down, you need to know what's going down. I'm not saying they say, hey, dude, come down the street. I don't want to hear all that. I don't want to hear all that. I don't care who he's shooting. I don't want to hear all that. Right? You need to hear that. But you got to know when to say, okay, he's gone now, and he's on the news for the next 10 days. And they start expanding on it because, see, not only do you shoot people on this block, but this has happened all over the United States. Look what happened in Uganda. Look what happened in Europe. Look what happened in Russia. Look what happened in Japan. Wait a minute, what? You gave me 5 examples out of 8 billion people, and I'm supposed to be good with that? This is the complexity of the world around you. I even watched Bill Maher recently talk about overpopulation. But his argument was based upon pseudoscience, and his mathematical equations were absolutely incorrect, and he used binary points to make his argument. Another thing I saw this week, last thing I'll share with you I saw this week, I went to go get me a burrito on Keith and College, and he had some sisters who were hip hop for change, and had a t-shirt that says, "In white supremacy," and they on College, right by College Bar Station. Y'all know what I'm talking about? We're mostly number white people. By the way, those are probably the most liberal white people of Oakland, by the way. Right? They're nowhere near the problem, right? The beneficiaries, but not the problems. And so white people are arguing with them. The girl got her camera out here and say, yeah, well, say it in the camera. Say it in the camera. What you got to say to me? What you got a problem with me, right? And mind you, these sisters are they're going to war on the corner. I'm like, oh, Jesus Christ, poor babies. So I said, let me just go see what they're doing. So I walk by. He's like, brother, come here for a second. Come here, brother. Brother, come here. Fuck it, I'm going to come over because it's going to be fun. So she opens up the thing. She's like, first of all, let me show you. These are the faces of all the white men who are making money off the exploitation of black people going to jail and all these millionaire white men. Well, it's time to stop that, brother. And they showed, and this is the face of hip hop currently, and they showed all the most gangsters looking at their guns. And she goes, and this is the faces we're trying to change. And then she shows this picture of black people doing hip hop, but looking like innocent, everyday people. And this is the kind of knowledge we're trying to bring to the schools, brother. So what we're asking for is between $50 to $100 donation from every person that walks up to us. I said, did you just sell me binary after binary after binary after binary and then ask me to make a logical decision? I said, if this ain't pimping says pimping says pimping says pimping, right? And on top of it too, you can't think, baby, because there's a lot of questions you got to ask in between it. And how does this end white supremacy by teaching young kids proper hip hop? I'll wait for that. I'll wait for it. That's a long ass line. You're going to have to draw the most complex string I've ever seen to make that line connect, right? And so, but this is the kind of things you're being bombarded by all the time. That's what commercials do. This is what television does. This is what people do in conversations all the time. All the time. And we never, Josh did it to me today. He's like, he asked me about some kind of science. I forgot the fuck it was. And I said, what is that science? He says, oh, it's when somebody understands the true nature of how the body works. And something like that. Just paraphrase, man. I don't know what the fuck you said. It was because it was stupid. So anyway, so I said to you, I said, Josh, I said, how do you know she knows her science? Well, she said, Josh, stop this conversation. She said, right? I said, Josh, you should not spread conversation. Well, it felt good to me. Josh, that's random. That's 1,000 variations in just that statement in itself. It could be a placebo effect. It could be a combination of his illness and his situation that doesn't apply to me. It could be that that she happened to do something else accidentally that actually worked when the other thing that she says she's currently capable of doing does not work? Have you even tested, like, how do you know this is true? But this is the flaws of human beings all the time. And it's okay that we listen to this when we just, like, if you're in a store, somebody like, yo, this shirt right here is the bomb. And it made me, like, I went to the club the other day and I was the hottest person there. You'd be like, oh, I want to be the hottest person. Fine, okay, well, buy the shirt, who cares? But when it comes time to make decisions with your time and your money and your attention, put your filter up. Process what you just heard. When a person says, I feel that gay people, wait, which ones? How many? Which race? Which division? Which culture? Locally, in what state? What city? Like, give me the details. Because when you move your products, court to tell you this, when court decides he wants to move his products across the nation, that's the data he's pulling. He needs details. He gonna hear, they don't love your shirt in New York. He'll tell you, if he's probably did it before, he threw it out there, it got to New York, flat on his face. Because there's something else going on that he can't see. This is game. Are you ready? Shabisha, I've been losing Shabisha for a few minutes. It's okay.
No.
Oh, did we finish the slide?
Yes.
Okay, 2 times. Let's go. Go ahead.
Okay. When I say things are getting better, I am not saying those things at all. I am certainly not advocating looking away from the terrible problems in the world.
Absolutely not.
I am saying that things can be both bad and better. Something else that helps to control the negativity instinct is to constantly expect bad news.
Okay, so remember I said to you guys earlier, y'all are getting upset because the world should be a certain kind of way, as if the day you were born, the world should be perfect and no more bad mistakes. If you start accepting that life will always have bad news, it takes away a lot of the shock and the distraction and the emotional hit from it. If you say that, look, from the time from now to the day you die, everybody in this room, there's going to be some deaths, unfair deaths. There'll be a lot of unfair shit's going to happen. People going to lose a lot of money. There'll be a lot of car crashes. Somebody going to die from starvation. I'm not asking you to walk around and be a negative person. I need you to accept the way the world works and that you're here to contribute to a solution. That's it. The world will have challenges, but you're a part of the solution. That's why you're born, to be part of whether the solution is just with your own child or your own family member or just with yourself. You're part of the solutions.
Hey, can I talk about or just touch on the bad and better?
Yeah.
I think our brains are wired since we were kids to either think bad or good, and the word better with good. This is the first time ever probably anyone's, if you haven't read the book, heard the term bad and better together. And that's almost a new firing in your brain. But if once you accept the fact that things can be bad and better, then if you're entrepreneuring and things are bad, you're not entering into a depressed state, because things can be bad, but you can be taking incremental steps and be like, hey, it's bad right now, but I have hope because things are getting better.
Huge. This is when you're an entrepreneur, you forget there's a lot of isolation and conversations happening in your head. If your thought process is skewed, those isolation moments can be beating you down. How do you learn to correct the voice in your head that often likes to lead with negativity and what is bad? And you can say, hey, but it is getting better. But if you just let that bad voice go along, like, man, you messed up last week and things are getting bad. You know your bank account kind of low. This might be it for you. You might just go ahead and steal some shit. Like literally, or you know what, just go on for thinking of that paperwork and lie on that document. Or, you know what, go ahead and try to like rob Peter to pay Paul. You won't see it. You won't be able to make that call.
Can I tell you that my negativity instinct is fucking with me right now, listening to this? Because I keep going, how do I make a bet? Like, what am I supposed to do? And I'm over here skipping ahead to the slides to read when you tell us what to do. I'm serious. I'm listening to this and I was like, this is all, like, anyway, that negativity instinct is serious because I'm really listening to all of this and I'm excited, but I'm freaking out because I feel like, it's great that I can see people now, but I didn't see them 5 minutes ago. So the connections that you're making, I'm sitting here like, oh, shit. Oh, okay. Now what do I do? Well, and then if I would have been in a hip hop situation, what would I have said to those girls? Would they have snagged me? What would I have done? How do I do it? And then I'm like, oh, maybe he got the answer ahead of the thing. But seriously, like this whole conversation, it's killing me.
Which makes us more fearful. And I would argue that you have the typical person who's like always like, be safe is like kind of fear focused.
Yeah.
But I would almost argue that a lot of gangsters are fearful, over fearful. They run around with so much deep fear. I'm not talking about the bosses. I'm talking about like a lot of street hood dudes or people who run around who like don't give a shit, don't give a damn, or young kids who are still in school consider themselves gangster by the terminology. It's really a way of coping with their fears. But if you're processing the world through these negative lenses all the time, the impact that it has upon you is so enormous that it makes you walk around and it literally is almost like you're looking, your eyes are, it's like, you know how you see something on the side of your eyes? Your eyes are catching the negative before you catch the positive. You don't even see the positive after a while. After a while, you feel like this is the worst time it's ever been because that story can build so heavy in your mind. But if you look at the numbers say, no, actually, this is the best time it's ever been. Like, you know, when they were showing cash breaking into cars downtown Oakland, right? They made it seem like every car gets it. Every car gets it. Yes and no. I bet you if you pull the numbers, you'll be like, wow, it's not as big as I thought it was. No, I'm saying, but if you do the numbers, you say how many cars get hit, and then how many cars get hit. I'm not saying that we didn't have a surge during COVID, right? But even with that, it's a chance you may not go downtown Oakland for nothing. But like the other day, I drove downtown Oakland at nighttime, and it was popping. It was, man, I was like, man, what am I missing? I almost had to call the family like, hey, I'm not coming home tonight. I'm about to be out partying, right? It felt like it was going down. So we can embrace that, but those places are still full. And if all their cars got hit, that's a different conversation. Now, is there a car getting hit every night? Yeah, possibly is, right? But if you do the math, your perception is going to make you feel like every car is going to get hit. Every last car that pulls down there, because that's how your perception. Even you say, I know somebody. But if you do the add up and you figure, okay, how many cars parked there in one day? Let's say it's like 500 cars parked there in one day. Okay, cool. How many cars got hit? 20. Ooh, that number's off. If you told me 300 cars got hit in one day, I don't think that's no longer a news. That is an institution being developed. Right? Because now if it's 300, people are like, okay, let's be there all the time. Even with the San Francisco thing, even with them hitting the Louis Vuitton store, how many stores they didn't hit? Did you think about that? Did anybody process that? Did anybody look at that data? How many stores they didn't hit? But when you see the Louis Vuitton store at the prominent corner in San Francisco, your brain like, San Francisco on fire. How many stores have been hit in that same day, that same week, that same month, that same year? Right? Also, too, when you do like, what is the loss? What is life's loss? Like all these mathematical equations. And then also too, what also happened in society that currently has a temporary state, because we go through temporary states where things get bad temporarily. But even in temporary, there's places that they say that at absolute war, and you'll go there while they're at war and you would never know they're at war. There's places in the Middle East that you can be in a certain area and this is considered a safe area and people are partying, drinking, and having a good time, and right over here is war. But in your mind, you're like, Afghanistan, I ain't going, I'm good. Ain't no way. That's how many of us think about Mexico. Let's be 100% honest, or South America, or Cuba. I ain't going, not Cuba, Colombia. I'm good. You go down there and you're like, wait, what? Africa. You seen all the negative pictures of Africa? You get to Africa, you're like, whoa, Tanzania, y'all. I had no idea. But this is the perception of how your brain works, because you feel first. You have to. So even when you make that statement like, no, it happens, do yourself a favor, always pull the numbers up. And if the numbers don't justify your argument, realize you just been caught. It's okay, because that's what your brain does. If your brain didn't do that, how would you have survived this long? Everybody who survived didn't fight. Some of us ran, and that's why we're here. So at some point, us being safety conscious is why we're still alive today. It's not a negative thing. You just got to learn how to control it, because it can get out of control. I'm not demonizing the way our brain has a negative. It has a little bit built into it, because sometimes you need to guess, maybe not that alley, maybe not this street, maybe not that party. But if you say, man, all of Oakland's going to hell, like, okay, when I was growing up, people say, man, you can't do no niggas, you can't do no niggas around here. That was the normal way people spoke about black people. That's negativity instinct saying that there's no business opportunity in the black community. And then somebody from another culture will come in, Nigerian or Middle Eastern or sometime a European from some certain parts of Eastern Europe will come and all of a sudden blow a business up in our community. The same community you could swear up and down, there was no opportunities. So pull the numbers because you can't feel it. You have to look at the numbers. Because even hearing the stories, how many stories were made available to you? Or how many did you actually analyze? And you have to know the opposite side. How many didn't get broken into? You have to know that. How many people could possibly be the people breaking in cars? Is it the same homeless dude who's walking around busting windows? Well, I'm saying, but even that argument, you don't really know that fact. How do you know that fact for sure? So when you pull that fact, and you say people busting cars, how many cars are not being broken into?
A lot. No, I'm not saying they're breaking every car, but people. I've been so long.
Because you only say work for OPD, so you're the investigation side.
I work for dispatch. I get the calls of people calling in and telling me and describing the people who are breaking it.
Which makes it dangerous for you to have the highest bias in the room. That makes you the highest bias in the room.
Plot twist.
That's because when you do something all the time, like for example, I have a sister Brownie who's in the class. Brownie's a hair expert. Brownie is way more sensitive about stuff about hair that your hair will survive, right? She's way more aware because she's in the hair problem solving business. If you took her that part of her brain out, she wouldn't see 90% of the stuff she sees, right? So you're prone, like let's say, do you do over 300 calls in the same regional area about car break-ins a day? Separate.
In the same area?
Yeah.
They're the same hotspots yet.
Over 300 a day.
We get like thousands of calls.
300 separate cars get broken in a day in the same area. Because because if you say this, I'm going to ask you, bring that back to class, and I will post that and then put a picture of me and draw a circle and a line through it like Ghostbusters. I'm willing to do this right now.
So technically, I'm also speaking all this right now, but you can request the information from the records department. But the calls for the call break-ins, we don't even go out for those. We just hope people go fall online because it's just happening all day, every day.
That's what I'm saying. Until you have that action, like you have to have the accuracy of the numbers matters because you're prone to focus on negativity. That's what most police officers are psychologically. People don't understand police officers. That's been my argument since. If you know me, I'm not doing this because of you or being sensitive to you. You don't understand police officers because we don't see what they see every day, and we don't live in that level of negativity, and as well as the lack of social investment in them as well, and the lack of mental health awareness that they have to suffer. Because if a police officer at a lower level says, I'm going through something, they don't get treated well by their peers. It's almost like you get shitted on. So you have to have a stiff upper lip and deal with shit and you're doing overtime and you're underpaid. It breaks a human being down. But you're developing biases that are creating such a misconception of the world that it's no surprise when a young man finally breaks down and does something that you're like, why would we do that? It's because he's broken down. He's a human being that got broken down. He's not a bad person. He's just a human being that signed up. He signed up to do a job of sacrificing his life to help other people, and couldn't find out that when he got to a certain point, he's been overwhelmed by this negative reinforcement over and over and over and over. So he has to create a space for him to actually clear that space. Why I'm arguing this point is that when you're not looking at the actual numbers and you're in the heat of putting out problems every day, even if you all the problems you're putting out, it is still like the police officer said, crime is only 3% of Oakland. It's not like 20% of Oakland's committing crime, right? But it feels like 20%. When you go down in East Oakland, it feels like everybody's running stop signs, lights, and no one gives a shit, right? But when you actually look at it and you want to sit down the whole day, you're like, well, yeah, people are, Hollywood rolling signs, but how many people are like shit crazy? But takes that one highlight, one crazy, and then somebody do a Hollywood sign, our brain associates those two people together. It doesn't say the same. Or somebody turns a corner and doesn't stop properly, somebody speeding a little bit over the speed limit, your brain starts to accumulate it so bad that me and you be like, this world's going crazy. And there's some young dude right now talking about, this is the best life I ever had. And they live on a block where the cars are going up and down the street. Perception matters. So that's what I'm saying. Until you pull the numbers, I don't know what that means. Now you can read the numbers like, now here's the numbers. Here's the separate incidents. This is how much insurance is paying out. Here's because also this is the incidents are happening. This is how many reports we're receiving. This is how many cases we having per day, and we had 300 or 400, and this place only has 600 people parking there, 800 people parking there. That's a crisis. And if I know correctly, if it's that high, usually money starts to shift towards, okay, it's time to run what they call that thing when they have people hanging out.
They do that, special operations.
Yeah. So I pull those numbers, and if you pull those numbers back and it's that high, I have a different conversation. But if it was that high, downtown Oakland just would not be popping off. It'd be close to impossible.
They're not breaking into all the cars. They're breaking the cars for like people like near the hotels where people are not from here and don't leave your luggage in there, you know?
Well, that's different. Tourism is always the worst part of any society, period. That's a basic human rule. Because why? They know that everything's temporary. Even the businesses that surround tourism is the worst businesses because they know you're not coming back. Everything's it's a different mindset. If you go to any country, you just land in the tourist area and then get back on the plane, you swear every place you land, it sucks. So it's a different rhythm around tourism, right? I'm saying downtown Oakland as a whole. And when you look at the measurements, when you watch the news, it looks like it's just everybody got a gun in their neck, everybody getting shot at, it just sounds bad as hell from the news perspective. But if you actually pull the numbers, you're like, we got some problems. We're not removing the problems, but our perception cannot align with the numbers. It just can't. It just can't. It's just not possible for human beings. And you're going to find this out when you build your product. Because when you start to sell your products, your brain's going to get away from you. Start telling you what people should do, what people are probably going to do, how people are going to respond. And your brain's going to constantly want to break away from the data. But the data tell you very clearly, nah, you only got this many people going to buy your product. So if you don't innovate or upgrade soon, you're about to be out of business. Right? But you don't know how to watch. So this is, because when we get to scaling, when we get to this data and how to align ourselves with data, this form of thinking is going to be the distortion in the way we think. And by the way, let me share this real quick. So you remember I told you guys how the brain can't really reason, it just really argues its own personal point? One of the best ways to help your brain improve reasoning is arguing. That debate that just happened, both of us actually grow from that, and our brain rewrites itself from every discussion you have, and it evolves and grows. When you run from arguing or you make arguing only a negative term, you don't grow. It hurts your growth. Arguing is healthy. It's just, it's different if I made it personal. Like, well, sis, you got a black T-shirt on. Obviously, you don't know what you're talking about. Okay, now, Nana, I don't know where that came from, but now I don't know how to argue either, right? But what we did is we engaged in healthy debate and discussion, and then I challenged her, like, we're not over. Like, she bring the numbers back, the discussion's going to start up again, right? But the research is necessary, but the argument is necessary. That's why also being in class, it helps out a lot because this arguing, going back and forth and dialoguing is helping us teach our brain how to change because your brain does not want to change. Your brain likes all your old shit. This new shit, your brain's like, come on, man. That's not what I signed up for. I want to go back to doing what I used to do. Lily, fire up real quick.
My question is,
There you go.
how can I learn to evaluate if the thought is a negative instinct or constructive criticism?
Negative instinct is more or less, so constructive criticism is you challenging your own ideas and thoughts, right? Are you challenging, you're learning to like self-evaluate, which is kind of very difficult to do. And the best way to really get to amplify your self-evaluation is once again to be around people who can help you evaluate yourself. Because we are the worst self-evaluators of all time. We're the worst. I can't begin to tell you how people walked in this class and told me how they were great. When I used to teach photography way back in the days, everybody thought they were great photographers. Everybody, Josh told me I'm so cold. Josh even told me when he first met me, I'm better than you. And I looked at this picture and said, Josh, trash. Yeah, but did you not say when you first met me, you was better than me?
You know what? I look really
So, but that's part of the game, right? And the reality is that self-criticism is actually trying to get around your personal biases, awareness, and expand the way that you're reading the environment. You can also be negative in your self-criticism. You so stupid. Why the fuck you do some dumb shit like that? You always do dumb shit. You always sucked at what you did. That's now you're in a negative instinct space. But negative instinct is more or less how you see the world around you that's impacting the way you see yourself.
So how do you have the conversation with those 3 to 4 people to know Like I'm seeking that feedback, or I'm seeking that help to be better? How do you have the conversation? How do you know how to even evaluate those people? And if
You have to
they're-
find a certain type of mindset of people. So like Court is one of my closest friends who, if I call Court about some shit, I don't get the bullshit. Mashama, I don't get the bullshit them. I can sweet talk and use fancy words all they want. They cut right there. So wait a minute, did you say this or that? Like, and you're like, damn it, I tried so hard, right? And what it does is that I actually get excited when I have a problem to talk to them, because I know they're going to help me get past my limitations in my own thoughts. Because I ultimately want to solve the problem. I don't want to be right over solving the problem. Some of us rather either finish the story or be right, but they don't want to solve the problem. I want to solve the problem. So when I call him, I know when I call him, I'm not going to feel like peaches and cream. He can burn all the sage he wants, ain't going to make me feel any better. I'm still going to feel a little bit of negativity, like, ouch, ooh, ouch. But it's almost like when you go to the gym, you're ouch, ooh, ouch. The same pain you feel there, I learned to accept the same pain over here. No pain, no gain. So at the end of the day, I accept that process, and I've chosen people I chose people in my life that I feel will help me enhance my journey. Not everybody in my life is like that. Well, everybody is in a different way, just at different capacities, right? I chose everybody in my life. I just told Raina, I just told your sister, she's like, oh, my friends, I got to get away from these friends. All they want to do is party every weekend. I said, hey, hold on, baby. They didn't choose you. You chose them. Cut it out. Don't blame your friends. You chose them. Choose new ones. Don't do that to your friends. They didn't ask for that, right? And so it's just that the negativity instinct, going back to the negativity instinct, is so baked in that when you first deal with it, you're going to fail. It's such a rich emotional feeling. It's so popular in our culture. A lot of hip hop music is built upon the negative instinct. A lot of politicians on TV, Democrats and Republicans, talk to you through the negative instinct. Some of us have jobs, not just you, that's negative instinct. If you work in insurance, you got negative instinct problems. When I worked in insurance, I didn't think an Asian person in the world could drive. No, this is not even trying to be funny. I would actually be at work, and every morning, on Monday morning, there was a line around the building of Asian people who would walk the door and go, wasn't my fault. And it was all their faults. I'd be like, yeah, Asian people. And then I started developing a horrible bias. Right? But why did I develop that bias? Because I had to develop the bias from being in a negative-based business all the time. Once I got a chance, which took years, to breathe, I realized, there's Asian people who can drive, and there's Asian people who can't drive. There's Middle Eastern people who can drive, there's Middle Eastern people that can't drive. And there's black people who can drive, there's black people who can drive. There's old people that can drive, there's old people that can't drive. And you realize, oh, shoot, but when you're in that space, it really does feel like, they're the only ones. This is what it is. You got to look at numbers. If you don't look at numbers, most of your stereotypes are based on feelings, not numbers. All right, let's keep rolling.
Something else that helps to control the negativity instinct is to constantly expect bad news. Remember that the media and activists rely on drama to grab your attention.
So the media has to rely upon drama to grab your attention. The media cannot be in the business of just telling you progressive, good stories. If I'm in the business of grabbing your attention, at the end of the day, I know this as a human, you're kind of addicted to bad news. Go ahead.
Remember that negative stories are more dramatic than neutral or positive ones. Remember how simple it is to construct a story of crisis from a temporary dip pulled out of its context of a long-term improvement.
Okay, go back to that phrase right there. That's just for you. Let's read that again. Read that one phrase there.
Remember that negative stories are more dramatic than neutral or positive ones.
Keep going, next one.
Remember how simple it is to construct a story of crisis from a temporary dip pulled out of its context of a long-term improvement.
So let's say Oakland's been doing this for a long time. Let's go back to the 4 bad police officers, the famous, what do they call them guys? Okay, Oakland police are horrible people. I go out there and meet them like, this ain't the dudes, right? But that dip, we say all police officers are, or remember when this happened and when they did this to black people, now all these people are bad. All government is bad. All politicians are bad. All this is bad. A temporary dip. That's life has a lot of temporary dips. This is how we measure things around us. We're taking a temporary dip as equal value to the consistency or the evolution or the growth. Keep going.
Remember that we live in a connected and transparent world where reporting about suffering is better than it has ever been before.
So we're in a world that reporting about suffering is better than it's ever before. Let's keep rolling.
When you hear about something terrible, calm yourself by asking if there had been an equally large positive improvement. Would I have heard about that?
So would police be reporting how many business growth and how positive, what's the positive impact of how many people have actually, like there's some things you wouldn't have privilege to, right? It's like if you're not being flooded with all the positive things that are happening in downtown Oakland, and you look at the few cars that are being broken in, it will suggest, oh shit, this is crazy, right? Which is in all fair, but what if the population of the cars that hit downtown Oakland went up by, say, another 500 people? 500 cars, right? And those extra 500 cars are now being hit by, say, the decrease of numbers of cars being broken in went from 25 to 100, right? But relatively, percentage-wise, the percentage didn't really change that much. But what does change to us is our perception. This is important to understand this because your perception is not facts. Your perception is not facts, but it feels so fucking real, it's ridiculous. And we're making decisions every day based upon this perception. What are the facts, Jack? Okay, keep going.
Even if there had been hundreds of larger improvements, would I have heard? Would I ever hear about children who don't drown?
How many people have ever heard about that? That statistics of how many children have never drowned. That's news, but our brain's not even, we don't even equate that as news. You say, oh, kids are drowning all over the place. How many kids are not drowning? Our brain just doesn't do it. There's nothing in society that says this. Keep going.
Can I see a decrease in child drownings or in deaths from tuberculosis out my window or on the news or in a charity's publicity material? Keep in mind that the positive changes may be more common, but they don't find you. You need to find them. And if you look in the statistics, they are everywhere.
That's what's important. If you learn to start thinking through numbers, remember I told you about, my father taught me, if you don't want to look at the world, look at the world through numbers. If you start looking at the world through numbers, the world will change. If you look at the world through your feelings, the world will change. Like it's literally locked in on those numbers. When you see news, start pulling numbers, start asking broader questions. This is how you also find new markets. This is how you learn how to really invest. See, investing is nothing but gambling. All these people are trying to sell you investing. That's recency bias. Investing is nothing but gambling. But in the gambling, there is a methodology. We talked about that, method to gambling. There is a method to gambling. In order for you to be a better gambler in the stock market, this is what I call gambling, you have to also see trend movement. But if you're only watching the negatives, only thing you're doing is taking advice from other people in the market. Once you're able to see cultural trends, because you're used to looking at the numbers, when you see news come across, so news comes across your screen, that's a pattern. They don't give you their rendition, their opinion. Cool. It's your job to fill in the rest of that news and gain broader perspective. And what you'll realize is that the positive will not be part of the news. Just say, go get your microphone, go get your microphone.
To your point about looking at the world through numbers and not through like your feelings, how do you go about finding the positive statistics to, what am I trying to say? But like, how do you go about like finding that research in order to find the numbers? You know what I mean? Because if you're constantly like being fed, whether it be through social media or the news of just negative content, how do you go about finding the right positive content?
Two things. One of the things that just helped me, I'm sharing my personal experience. Y'all be surprised what Google has. Once you learn to think positive, you learn what question it has, and Google quite often has those numbers for you. You'd be surprised how many organizations are producing numbers where you're like, wow, this is crazy, right? Because even if you look at like crime, I think crime in San Francisco car burglaries went down in San Francisco, if I'm correct. But recently in the news, it went up. But if you look at the actual statistics, like how crime, like they have a temporary surge because of, you can expect. Human beings are not able to escape the impact of our environment, right? So if you redesign the environment, good people can become bad people, right? If I starve you long enough, you might smoke me if I got food sitting on my table and I tell you no, right? So COVID is a really temporary way of seeing the world. It's a temporary scene, right? And if I remember correctly, they also, when COVID happened, there was a lot of bad decisions made because people were making decisions from a space of fear. Just human. It's very human. It's not flaws of human. It's just what you do as human beings. So, as a human being, like what I did during that time was I would ask Google certain questions because I'm always looking, what is the positive thing happen? What is actually working? What actually makes sense? Where's the energy? Where's the movement? I would actually ask these questions. And also, when you frame your brain to look for it, you will find ways to naturally keep finding it. You'll find more resources than you can imagine when you're constantly looking for the solutions. But what happens is, this is so cold. They said this is research that shows, this is a confirmation research. This is the way the brain works. This is crazy. If the brain goes into the bathroom and measures itself, and the weight is where it's supposed to be, we just get off the scale and go about our day. But if we get on the same scale and if the weight is wrong, we question the scale. Scale set right? Oh, what's going on? Let me test again. Is the scale broken? All right, why don't you get on the scale real quick because I don't think this is off, right? We don't do that when we think we're right. We don't do that. We just make it we right gone. We don't analyze our right position the same way we analyze our wrong position. Right? As an entrepreneur, you have to learn how to become so curious. You ask 1,000 questions. So, by the way, I see you engaged online, so I love you for that. But so earlier, let's say you said you did something to me that was a technique. And I didn't call it a technique, but I have to call it just to show you a point. Because she says, oh, I work for police department. Right? Which says, I am an authority. But authority people have the most biases.
I didn't mean that. Sorry.
But I'm saying, but when you shape the argument like that, that is how we make arguments as opposed to you being authority means, hey, you know what, tell you what, I can't make this argument right now, but I'll be back to next week with the data. I have the data to show you some stuff that will blow your mind. Right? Which is possible. It's not right or wrong. It's possible. And in my brain, I say it's 50-50. And she pulls data, I'm so excited about going, damn, it's really bad downtown Oakland. Oh my God. Then why are our business thriving so well downtown Oakland? Why is such a crazy expansion happening downtown Oakland? She's gonna spark my curiosity, right? But what happens is when she says, I work for the police department, many of us almost started to conclude the thought. Like, oh, okay, yeah, let's go home, shit. Let's wrap it up, right? That's that flaw. That's that flaw. It's like, how do you get past the point where you're taking in pseudo information all the time because negativity, title, these different things that are just flaws in our thinking. And so part of this is that once you start to change the way that, hey, I just heard this story that's something negative and I feel negative about it. So as soon as you feel that negative feeling, start asking other questions that most people in that room will not begin to even start to ask because they're ready to conclude at the negative point. Oh, it happened all through COVID. COVID was the worst. I had to use that technique through the COVID. All these people are dying all over the world. Wait a minute, how many people? No, how many people are dying? What's their age? Where they dying at? What conditions? What's the situation? I need to know every detail possible around that because the media wasn't going to give you that. The media had to drum up my fear for compliance. I'm not mad at them. It's a technique that works sometimes for some human beings, but also with human beings, we don't hold fear long. That's why right now it's hard to get us to go back to the mask because we're fear exhausted, right? But the reality is that at some point you have to ask questions because there's times I probably do need to wear a mask. There's times I probably won't wear a mask, right? But it won't be fear driven. Also, when you catch COVID today, I caught COVID I think 2 or 3 times. Oh shit, I don't know. I think twice or maybe 3 times. I don't know. Shit. The symptoms is not as bad as the belief system that goes around it. So, for example, if you're coughing and you're going through symptoms, those symptoms are 10 times worse because they tie to a horrible, fearful-based idea, right? Where, like, say you got sick and you had the exact same symptoms. You'd be like, oh, I was sick last week. Man, I was coughing. I stayed in bed all week. I was messed up. I'm glad to see you back at work. Yeah, I'm back at work. I'm getting down now, right? It'd be no big old thing, right? Some of y'all get slightly sick and be like, I'm still coming to work. I'm sick, but I'm still here, right? Because there's less fear. Because COVID is new and it has a richer story around it. All of a sudden, because we're not talking about the first version of COVID. We're talking about the current Omicron, which is saying kill rate's pretty low. But in our brain, If you say I got COVID, look at the shock everybody around you. You had COVID? Oh, shit. What did you do last week? Right? Oh, I had a runny nose. How runny was it? Oh, my God. Yeah, I had runny nose, too. It was real. Oh, I didn't know if I was going to ever breathe again. I was thinking, what if I don't make it tomorrow? A runny nose, dog? Really? Yeah, I had 3 vaccinations. I guess this shit ain't working. Like, you see how your brain is taking it and it ain't nothing to do with the symptoms that actually happen in front of you? Right? Like, I haven't, like, my business partner had the worst symptoms I had when she said he couldn't eat for 3 days. Right? But I've had colds and flus I can eat for 3 days. I'm not saying COVID is equal to influenza. That's not my argument. I'm arguing that the symptoms are psychologically worse because we got the negative instinct that's impacting the symptoms. You see where I'm going with this? How negative instinct is changing the variables. And so when it comes time to equate a solution of what we're going to do, we may end up spending all this money when really it's not all that anyway. SFDPA, San Francisco Health Department, one of our biggest clients, full of negative instinct. When something happened, they pour millions on top of it because CDC says this is really bad. They pour millions on it. They run all this millions of dollars on it, and then next week they go into the next million. This is really bad. And this is really bad. And the next problem, and this is really. And guess what? They don't only solve none of the problems because they just constantly chasing negativity, as opposed to like, okay, this one's bad. I never forget the first time we got paid. It's like, yo, HIV is out of control amongst black people in Oakland. It's like, yo, we just got, this is our first big contract. We got $500,000, we got $200,000 for your organization to do some work because it's really bad amongst black folks in Oakland. So I said, shit, this is no exaggeration. So give me the numbers. We got 12 people in Oakland. 12 people, and what else? No, just 12 black folks in Oakland that have HIV. They just recently had when HIV turned to AIDS. But y'all say it was a horrible crisis. I'm not saying that the 12 people I don't feel sorry for or my heart doesn't go out to them or that we shouldn't help them. That's not what I'm arguing. But the word crisis and then, oh my God, we got to save them. And then the campaign they ran it fell like flat on his face because they got into like their emotions of what should be done because they're trying to save the world when it was, got to save these 12 people right here. This is the world we live in. This is what you do with your money all the time. No, I gotta get this for my car. This is important. I gotta have this. This is important. My business is gonna need this. This is important. Really, how many people use that item? One. How much that item cost you? $200,000. Ooh, that's not called an investment. That's called a loss. You guys get on with this? It's learning to build a healthy relationship with the world around you. You can't feel the world. I can't begin to tell you this. You can't feel the world. Turn your feelings down. Your feelings have place. They're valuable and you need to recognize them. But you can't feel the rhythm of the world around you. You can have a hypothesis. You can guess it. You can get close to it. But you can't feel how good things really are, how bad things really are. This is why white folks can't really see you when they live in Walnut Creek. They can't feel us. They can't. We can't feel how good their life is either. That's why some of y'all go to white people's house in Walnut Creek, y'all be like, wait a minute, y'all living like this? Holy, if I just had, wait, your son about to drive your nice car, your Benz to the store? What, he's 16? What, in my neighborhood, we can't ride a bicycle. What the hell? You can't feel it. But what you do feel is a story you tell yourself. And that's the danger. The world's way better than many of you guys want to perceive it. But it's depending on the story you tell yourselves, how you see the world around you. And the world can be really like, to the point you living behind bars, on top of bars, and an alarm, in a solid metal room with hella shotguns. Because you fucked up in the head right now. And there's some kid right now running through the neighborhood and be like, this neighborhood cool, you tripping. That's just the game we in. Let's keep going.
Don't censor history.
Oh, wait a minute. This is about to be so cold. And this is my beef with promotional history. So black folks, we write promotional history. That documentary is promotional history. White folks write promotional. Everybody writes promotional history. Just know there's rarely you can find factual history. Everybody just history to promote their culture or what they believe in. History is one of the coldest pimping games since pimping. Let's do it again.
Don't censor history. When we hang on to a rose-tinted version of history, we deprive ourselves and our children of the truth.
So white people were living in castles, living a rich life, bought some ships, went and snatched black people who were living on the organic land of the earth, brought us over here, raped and pillaged us, and all these high-class people of the same morality of today decided to destroy us. This is how that story feels when you hear it. I am not trying to decrease slavery by even this much, because I'm not cool with it. Yo, I got a bias. I'm riding with the bias right now. I ain't cool with it. Everybody got slaved. I don't give a shit. I'm not cool with it. But without the accuracy, then how do I understand how the real world works, and how do I know that I'm not doing the same thing? How do you know? Because if you look at aristocracy, which was that preceded slavery, most of the world at that time, okay, most of the world, I think 95 or 99% of the world was at level 1. So if level 1 gets money and gets some power, what do you think level 1 gonna do? Level 1 was mass murdering already and getting mass murdered. Level 1 thought at the time that that swans came from trees, that too many rags piled on top of each other would create rats. They had beliefs that you can't even begin to fathom 200 years ago. At the time, they said, they wouldn't let us read. That's why it's so important that we read today. Well, what you didn't know is only 30%, I think, at the time did read. I think around the 1700s got to like 50% of white folks can read. Reading was an act of privilege. You could buy a book. You don't buy a book. Fool, you need food. You need seeds. You don't really try to buy a motherfucking book. Oh, and then this white person who's privileged about to teach a black person to get status over me, who have already been trained that they're lesser than me. That's like somebody slaving somebody, and you got a whole bunch of slaves, and then you got a whole bunch of poor people who are also controlling the slaves, and then you turn around and give one of the slaves a Rolls Royce and a fat contract. You don't think envy gonna be off the chains? Why is that important? It's not saying that it changes any of the accusations of how horrible slavery was. But if you don't have contextual accuracy on your assessment of what happened to these people and how they got there, how do you know you won't recreate it? When I first started running my business, I used to say, if a white man walked into my business telling me that I got to fire these black folks working with me, we got a problem. So when they do it to him, you don't think he's going to have a problem? I mean, some of y'all Christians do unto others as you wish them do unto you, right? But y'all don't believe in that when it comes to this discussion. It's a hard, so the accuracy, so when you create this rose-colored tinted, we were this, we were that, we did this, we did that. If we were that, then how do we get here? Let's keep it 100. We got to say that. There was some cracks in our system. Some things we didn't do well. Oh, Black Wall Street, it was everything. Everything and everything. Where is it today, pimpin'? 1 block? Well, not even that. It's Black Flea Market now. If you ever been there, it's that bad. It's a Black flea market. Y'all been to the flea market before? It's just a whole bunch of people running flea market businesses inside of a building. I'm not even exaggerating if you go to Tulsa, Oklahoma. Am I lying? It's Black Flea Market. Why is that? Well, there's some accuracy in that. Well, then you go say, well, damn, wait a minute. How do you build a Black Wall Street? Has anyone ever asked that question? How did they build it? You so hung up on what happened to them, you never asked how they built it. How did they sustain it? Where did money come in if they were surrounded? They was in the middle of Tulsa, Oklahoma. Y'all been to Tulsa, Oklahoma? It ain't shit to do. Racism is on. Tulsa, Oklahoma was originally created by the KKK. New fact of history that you didn't know about. So it's created by the KKK. Yes, it was created by the KKK. It was brought into existence by KKK. When somebody brings a city to existence, where does that money come from, pimpin'? You ain't that many seeds in the world to be transferring back and forth. Where you get that wood from? Where you get the truck from? Where you get the material from? Where you get the labor from? Now, okay, redlining. I'm playing with this. I'm showing y'all how much you haven't got an accuracy. I'm not saying these things are okay. So some of y'all at home feeling all militant right now, and y'all screaming Ungawa, Black Power, and running around the house doing your African dances. I don't know the fuck I'm talking to you. Fix your shit. Come back to what I'm saying and hear what I'm saying here. So you look at Tulsa, Oklahoma, the red line, the famous redlining. World War II happens. Rural is the way of America at the time. There ain't a lot of big cities in America at the time. America decides it has to expand large cities going out west. I'm rich, bitch. I got money flying everywhere because I'm the only factory standing because we done destroyed all the factories in the world and America is the only one left standing. So I'm producing all the materials for the world. This is why the roaring 50s was roaring, baby. We got money. Don't need any. We got money, money, money. So, but guess what? If we got to expand, I'm going to have to finance this expansion because I can't just send a whole bunch of people out there to go, hey, here's some grass and trees and water, figure it out, build me some cities, and we're going to make some shit happen. So there was a lot of money went out for subsidizing growth and expansion. But if you're a white country that just conquered the world, just conquered the United States, because remember, they're not originally from here. They conquered the United States, and they just fought 2 motherfucking wars, and they just won. By their definition, they won. And now they're getting paid. Who do you floss with first? First of all, buy black, everybody. Isn't that the same thing? They bought white first. Hey, everybody get some cash. Go build your houses. Build some business. But be like, where's our money? Oh, pimpin'. Oh, man. Holler at me. It's in the mail. I got the donkey done got stuck with the mule and the 40 acres. This is a lot going on. Politics. Because their job was to take care of their own first. That's what you say, right? Take care of your own first. They took care of their own first. This is why accuracy matters, because then you can process even these ideas that are popular in our community. Will they work or will they not work? Will they scale? What does that mean? Where does the human get lost in these stories we tell? How has it affected souls and spirits as we process it? We're not doing that because we're romanticizing history. So we're romanticizing how to build what we're living for, where we're going, and who we do and don't like. It's all distortions behind our distorted history. You can't make your history pretty and perfect because you won't understand how to move forward. Keep going. The evidence.
Why did I think I read that? The evidence about the terrible past is scary, but it is a great resource. It can help us to appreciate what we have today and provide us with hope that future generations will, as previous generations did, get over the dips and continue the long-term trends toward peace, prosperity, and solutions to our global problems.
So if you looked at the story of a sharecropper, that's from the poorest you can get. That lifestyle should make anybody cry. If anybody tells you the lifestyle of a sharecropper and you don't cry, you almost lost your sensitivity. But if you can show brothers in the hood today where the hood was 20, 30, 40, 50 years ago, they say, oh shit, we're making progress. But if you make everybody feel like they're actually taking a loss right now, those same people are angry as fuck while they drive their brand new Honda to work every day. If you didn't realize that the way your lifestyles are right now didn't even exist for most people 100 years ago, period. But if you think that your life is just like you've just been going downwards when life has actually been getting better, you can't see it. Can't see it. Bay Area black people, I can't speak for black folks Midwest. I can't speak for all black folks down south because you can't. I can't do that. It's not possible. Bay Area black folks, a lot of us are over-complaining. We're over-complaining. We're over-complaining. Have you flushed your toilet last night? You're over-complaining. Did you eat last night? You're over-complaining. People in this room who got here through some kind of transportation, oh, y'all tripping. This is important because you are on a long journey that you want to contribute to other souls as well as your own. You don't do too well if you're all in a negative space all the time. Keep going.
More news does not equal more suffering. More bad news is sometimes due to better surveillance of suffering, not a worsening world. Beware of rosy pasts. People often glorify their early experiences, and nations often glorify their histories.
Every nation glorifies their history. In the 1950s, make America great again. That's exactly what happened. He's romanticizing. What the fuck you talking about, make America great again? human beings have been on a constant evolution and we're constantly getting better. You see more hood cats with bankrolls than I've ever seen in my life. I mean, they might not be bankroll all the time, but I've seen some hood cat. Every hood cat you know has had a bankroll at least once, where they pull out a wad of money like this. Was like, yo, how much is this shit, yo? Now, and there's been every rich person ain't always been successful. Life is like this for all of us. Matter of fact, in this country, we have dynamic success. Very few people stay at the top, and very few people stay at the bottom in this country. People are constantly moving in this country, up and down. But your brain only sees one side of that. Keep rolling. Okay, stop. Any questions? Gonna be about to jump into another subject that's gonna be heavy hitting. No, wait. I told y'all that's why we brought some food, because this wasn't gonna be no lightweight class where I'm talking about why you can make it, you can do it, freedom. We shall overcome, and we shall. But the reality is that truth distortions distort. When it comes time to go from defense to offense, you can have a horrible offense because you have a distorted defense. If you clean your defense up, you change the game in your offense. Tom Brady made his offense a defense. He would get out so fast scoring, he would force the other team to play a different offense, which was a form of defense, right? They are completely related, but quite often we've built so many illusions around our defense because we lost hope while we were playing defense. And because we lost hope while we were playing defense, we created a mythical world in our head that's full of stories that is so disconnected from facts. And when you pull up the numbers and look at the numbers are only, it's actually the gateway that's going to get you back to a real world that you actually exist in. And you realize that bad shit will always happen, that you were born today, but once you was born, the world didn't get the instruction that it had to change because you're now here. None of us are Jesus. That's the last person I heard that came on the earth and everything had to change. When you came, it was the same as world. Only thing could be different is you can be a Jesus in your lifetime or you could be a devil in your lifetime, depending on what you invest in it. It's just that simple. How are you going to show up? If you go at home and you're just going to be selfishly taking care of yourself, you don't realize you're not really growing. You're actually going backwards. You're not living your best life. Living your best life is how you're going to show up to this world. If you just take care of yourself and grow and expand and impact what you can impact, you are already inspiring so many that you will never know their names.
I have a question.
I just want to say real quick, to the people who think about like, why aren't you teaching, giving me prescriptions? I just want you to understand that what was taught this last hour, 30 minutes, it's a complete frequency change if you change that thought. Like it's you know, I'm from this vantage point sitting here, it feels like a cool conversation from a cool brother who like knows some stuff and smarter than me, but it's like it's a cool casual conversation. But it's an actual life changer. That mentality shift of holding two opposite thoughts. It's crazy. Like it'll change everything about how your life moves from this point forward. I don't even know how to describe it. So what you just taught was so much fucking game, so crazy, but it's like getting a shot that didn't hurt. So you don't put a lot of importance on the shot, but that shot saved your life. So please think about it from that perspective.
I have a question. How many I get? How many I get?
Okay, give me 2 for now.
2?
Yeah.
How about
2?
3? You can meet me in the middle. Come on now.
Okay, let's see how fast the first.
Okay, let's go. Okay.
Okay.
So,
No. First one going. Go ahead.
so this one is just the way I'm taking what you said, and I wanted to reflect it back to you. So I think in 3s whenever you talk because it helps me to retain. So what I think I heard you say was, in all of this, it's around, what I took away was that we have to interrogate our solutions more. And 3 of the ways
Very
that I
much
heard,
so.
the 3 of the ways that I heard you say to do that is, 1, getting yourself around others so that they can help you with that. 2, being mindful around where we're the way I wrote it is like where we're overusing fear.
Mm-hmm.
And then the third way that I thought about it was notice when your feelings are rising up and ask yourself, what have the improvements been? So those are the three that I kind of took away, but would you say that there's something critical in there that I missed that I need to go back to?
I think you know what you just did to me? The famous, white cow. So give me three other words as white.
Oh, did I?
He tried me, so I gotta almost walk away from this question and come back to it.
That's
Yeah.
fine. Okay, moving on.
By the way, the trick is that if somebody says white cow, like give me three other things as white, your brain's gonna struggle because you tunnel on the white cow and it's hard to get the three other things as white. But if you just say give me three things as white, I could just start flowing off. So she locked me into her logic and her thinking, and so I'm tunneled, and so I gotta give my brain time to break out of the tunnel.
Okay. Going back to being a possibilist, right, and holding two ideas and two things at the same time. My question is, can you just talk a little bit more about that? Because how is holding two things at the same time not the same thing as balancing negative news with more positive news?
Because the thing is that when you hold things at the same time, what you're saying is that may be negative news, but also who is it positive for? What is it I'm not missing? What is the counter argument? What's the value? Like, for example, when I hear the anti-Trump era, right? I would look at both sides, and sometimes I'm like, oh, Trump was right on that one. He just didn't say it right, or he was just horribly. His presentation sucked, right? But if you actually looked at the facts and looked at the numbers around it, you're like, oh shit, this is something real. So one thing, like when you said build a wall, and then Obama was previously more rigid around Mexico migration to the United States. But what they forgot to tell you is that there was a cartel growth. The drug game was growing crazy in Mexico at the time. Now, do we actually still have the numbers? No, I don't. But it makes me more curious to not just lock in on he's right, he's wrong, they're right, they're wrong, Mexico right, they're wrong, America's right. No, it says I'm reserved now.
So
Because first of all, I ain't got no, whatever I think, it doesn't have anything to do with anything, right? But what that does is that it gives me a better system on accessing truth. And it allows my emotions, I recognize my emotions, meaning you're gonna feel what you feel. Ain't nobody in this motherfucking room a robot. You're gonna feel what you feel. But can you process your feelings and let your feelings be also a warning sign that you could be receiving distortion or biases? And maybe you need to pick that phone up and give your partner, your clients, your courts, hey, let me talk to you real quick. This is a distortion I'm going through right now.
So popular narrative is for every negative you need 7 positive. You need 7 positive.
That's even a flaw in thinking because
Not saying I agree with that, but I'm just putting it out there as like a
because so a lot of times when a human being doesn't really care about something, we are often make our decisions based upon the most popular idea. So if you hear it 3 or 4 times, you say, oh, that's true. Because I don't really care, right? That's why social justice goes so strong, because most people didn't own the conversation around race. So if somebody came and said, I got 10 situations to prove that shit was racist, your brain won't even ask, I got 10 reasons that it should be racist. Well, why is that person supposed to know? How do you go to a white person who's trying to live their life and say, you should have known that? How? Are they supposed to know that? How do you know they supposed to know that? How are you so insightful that you should have said that you should have watched that show and saw those incidents and those incidents should have translated to that for them? How do you know they didn't have their own shit to think about that was carried on? How do you know the situations of their families and their kids in their household? How do you know the situations of the parenting and how they were? There's so much you don't know. Mm-hmm. So you don't start with you should have known. I'm upset with you. You start off with like, why do you think like that? How'd you draw that conclusion? And fourth of all, do they even have the right to, so what if they malicious? What value and impact do they have upon you? If a homeless dude's on the street and he's just screaming the N-word, 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 and he happens to be a blonde white male with blue eyes, if I hit him, the flaw is mine, not his. Well, sometimes the people who scream some of these racist comments, y'all giving the homeless people too much attention. Some of these people are homeless to your world. They have no space in your house, and you over here getting mad at them. Why are you getting mad at people that you can't control the scenario? You know how many people have mental health you can't see? Mental health is not a sign on their head. My mental health is on, right? They have mental health problems, so they may have a mental health reaction, and then you take your real serious life and start to pour all these emotions around. Oh, daddy, I can't believe they would say that to, oh my God. If you look at the numbers, you say, okay, one person in 6 months said this to me. Fuck this dude. I'm out. As long as you don't touch me, we good. You can't. The world's too complex and we don't control other people. Once you really learn to accept the worst of other people as well, like no one shows, like if you look in this room, let's just say we were able to take this room and times it times 10, and this room was that many people. You can't look at the room and say, how many of you guys had some wild sex last night? How many of you guys doing orgies? And how many of you guys was like whooping each other with whips? And how many of you guys was, and nobody in the room gonna look like that. But it could be a chance 50% of the room was getting down like that. That's the world we live in. Human beings are a combination of complexity. We're not just all this good. We're not television actors. We're not television actors, people, but a lot of us are taking our cues from television and saying, oh, Shabisha, you should be like this. Shabisha's freaky. She don't care about that. I'm not saying she is. I'm just saying, that's my girl. I got her. She's in my line of fire. Bow. But I'm not saying that. So don't be like, Shabisha freaky. Like, brothers, don't be like, Shabisha, what you doing later on? Now, that's not what I said, right? But I'm saying that that's the world we live in. That's the world we live in. Right? It's just the world. Like when I was young, I used to say, man, I wish I had X-ray glasses and see what's going on behind all the doors in my neighborhood. It would blow my mind. Right? But once you start to see that people have wide variations and people have complex backgrounds and people have trauma and people have all kinds of things they experience, you learn to find there's a beauty even in our flaws when you learn to see it right. And people become the most amazing thing on this earth. I told my son the other day, I say, son, let me teach you a game. I'm about to give you some game you never heard before. I said, life is about status positioning all the time. No matter how much we say we're not, it is. When you buy a nice car, you position your status. We put on nice clothes, I'm positioning my status. Let me give you something that you're missing. When somebody walks by you, say hi first. And if you have an opportunity, shake their hand first. I said, because if I shape the perception, the pre-perception, you could change the whole context of a conversation. What do you mean? They told this story of the same story. They told this story where in some parts of the story, this person was an extrovert, and certain parts of the story, the person was an introvert. So then they would say, and to one control group, they say, yeah, so she was a real estate agent. What do you think about her getting a job as a librarian? People say, no, she wouldn't like that job. No, she'd be too much of an extrovert. Then they told the same story again, and with the different control group, and said, she's originally a librarian. What do you think about her being a real estate person? And same people, different group of people said, that'd be too much of an extrovert for her. The same story. They didn't tell a different story about her profile. Her profile was exactly the same. But because they primed it differently, the response was totally different. When you start with a handshake first, or you say hi first, you prime the preceding dialogue with any human being you run across. But if you allow them to speak first, you also change the perception and you prime the conversation moving forward. Right? This game of how the way the world works, too many of us are too surface logical. There's a lot of stuff going on underneath the hood that will blow your mind. That's why when you analyze the world and you're going from your feelings, you're probably 90% of the time you're wrong. You have to get to the point where you start looking at numbers and asking deeper questions and more. Because then when you start to run a business and I say, hey, who's your market? And watch you start showing off with this I think, I think it's going to be black women like me that, around, let me see, I'm 35. That's 35 years of age. I'm 5'6". That's around 5'6" or something like this. They probably went to college like me and stuff like that. I didn't ask you who you are. I asked you what's your market. Who do you seek to serve? You can't tell me because you can't see them because the only thing you see is yourself. You see where I'm going with this? This game is complex. And so we got to get out of our head and learn to see the world around us. And you start saying, opportunity. Oh, this group of people, I didn't know this trend. I know this is a new thing they're doing over here. But if you get this whole situation where this is what I feel, this is what I see, this is what I think, this is what I'm into, that's why you broke. Game recognized game. Let's roll because I'm fired up about this. I got to get to this next. We got to end this next. This next part is so cold. It's cold. Josh, don't even tell me about the time right now because I'm gonna move as fast as I can. Let's roll.
Circle of competence. Mental model. When ego and competence drives what we undertake, when ego and not competence drives what we undertake, we have blind spots.
Hey, sit with that for a second. Just I ain't gonna say shit. Just look at read that again. 'Cause some of y'all can't listen and process at the same time. Read it slowly. You even use your phonics skills, but read that really slowly. And I want you to hear that phrase, that this opening phrase right there. When ego and not competence, when ego, go back and channel your inner court and all the teachings. When ego and not competence drive what we undertake, we have blind spots. Let's go.
You want me to read it again too?
Keep going. Let's get. If you know,
Okay, keep going. Okay, if you know what you understand, you know where you have an edge over others.
if you know what you understand, if you really know what you understand, that's a test right itself. If you know what you understand, you know where you have an edge over others. Keep going.
When you're honest about what your knowledge is lacking, you know where you are vulnerable and where you can improve.
If you're honest about where your knowledge is lacking, it is say this. This is where that ego will fuck up because now you don't know what to work on. No, what do I work on? When you ever turn your ego down, you'll see it. Let's ride.
Understanding your circle of competence improves decision making and outcomes.
Let's keep going. This is my blood is boiling right now. Go ahead. Now stay with this story. Cross your legs. Pull out your virtual cigarette. Let's go.
Imagine an old man who spent his entire life up in a small town. He's the lifer. No detail of the goings-on in the town has escaped his notice over the years. He knows the lineage, behavior, attitudes, jobs, income, and social status of every person in town.
Lifer, where the bodies are buried. Go ahead.
Bit by bit, he built that knowledge up over a long period of observation and participation in town affairs. The lifer knows where the bodies are buried and who buried them. He knows who owes money to whom, who gets along with whom, and who the town depends on to keep spinning. He knows about what time the mayor cheated. He knows about that
Taxes
time.
and his woman.
The mayor cheated on his taxes.
And his woman.
And his woman, okay? He knows about that time when the town flooded, how many inches high the water was, and exactly who helped whom and who didn't.
Keep it going. This is so good. Come on. Come on. My blood's boiling. Come on.
Now imagine a stranger enters the town, in from the big city. Within a few days, the stranger decides that he knows all there is to know about the town.
Wait a minute. A stranger comes to town. He says, also, I know what's happening in this town. Go ahead.
He's met the mayor, the sheriff, the bartender, and the shopkeeper, and he can get around fairly easily. It's a small town, and he hasn't come across anything surprising.
I see what I see. I know what I know. I can pick up. I can read things around here. I can know what's going on. Go ahead.
In the stranger's mind, he's convinced he pretty much knows everything a lifer would know.
Stop. The stranger thinks he knows everything a lifer knows. I'm going to get into business with Court, and guess what? Well, I don't understand why I'm not making more money like Court, because I make t-shirts just like Court. I'm just as good a photographer as you are. I'm just saying, all those kind of things that people say, that their brain, you think because you're the new person coming to town, oh, let me even make it worse. You know what? I'm going to move to Atlanta because it's way better out there. You don't know shit about Atlanta. What the hell are you talking about? You just made that shit up in your head. I'm about to do business over here because I know all about this industry. You do. How much time have you worked in the industry? I haven't. Oh. I'm about to start my own restaurant. Matter of fact, I helped my friend start a restaurant, and the restaurant was doing really good for a little while. And were you there every day? No, but I know about restaurants, so I can tell you about what I know. Oh, you can. Oh, okay. This is cold motherfucking game. Keep going.
He has sized up the town in no time with his keen eye. He makes assumptions based on what he has learned so far.
He makes observation assumptions, meaning from afar, observations from afar, he makes assumptions that he understands how things work. If you took time and used first principle thinking about what you think you know about what you know, you're going to find there's so many holes in what you know. Go ahead.
And figures he knows enough to get his business done.
Hustling.
This, however, is a false sense of confidence that likely causes him to take more risk than he realizes. Without intimately knowing the history of the town, how can he be sure that he has picked the right land for development or negotiated the best price?
This is the game. When you first walk into a business, this is why you got to know you don't know shit. It's not because I'm trying to demean you or devalue you or tell you you're not smart or you're not an amazing person or you're not a winner. What I'm trying to warn you is that you are the newbie and you're trying to go into a game with lifers. Some of y'all, now how do I get into the stock market? Shit. A lot of learning. You gotta have some time in that game because you gonna think you spending the right kind of money, you about to get taken. This is all businesses like this. Anytime you go into a new field, don't ever reference momentary successes or temporary learns or old school experiences as being a lifer. Don't reference temporary experience, short-term experiences, old school experiences as being a lifer. Oh yeah, I know this shit. If you had a job in a company, you're not a lifer. Keep going. He makes something. This, however, is a false sense of confidence.
This, however, is a false sense of confidence that likely causes him to take more risks than he realizes. Without intimately knowing the history of the town, how can he be sure that he has picked the right land for development or negotiated the best price?
So without you even knowing the history of a business, you don't even know. I had a friend come over to visit me the other day, and she disconnects from me. She's a very close friend that she called me, I'll come for her. But she came and she ain't seen me in a long time, and she started to talk about somebody that I've grown close to. And I looked at her strange, and she didn't know she was making a mistake. A lot of times when you just start talking, just simple talking, or soft gossiping, or water cooler talk, and you don't know an industry, you could be pissing, disconnecting, and destroying relationships that fast. This is why when you first do something, you are a humble learning student. You don't know shit about this town. Just because you can see things moving, you can see the equation of things happening, you can see the stores come on at a certain time and close off at a certain time, you can see cars drive down the road, you know nothing. Just because you met a few people, they talk to you, you know nothing. Just because you went to the church for a few weeks, you know nothing. Just because you know where certain stores are, the gas station is, and you know how to get around town, you know nothing. So when you first start a business, that's the rule. You know nothing. Go ahead. Go this one. Hold on a second.
The difference between the detailed web of knowledge in the lifer's head and the surface knowledge in the stranger's head is the difference between being inside a circle of competence and being outside the perimeter. True knowledge of a complex territory cannot be faked.
True knowledge cannot be faked. And some of you guys are running around with being knowledge advisors, and you're really on the surface. You're on the surface. And this is no. And I'm not. Let's not make this about you. Too many of you are learn from people who are on the surface. Mm-hmm. Too many of you guys have advisors right now who are on the surface. You don't even see it because you don't even know how to see knowledge because you don't have it. You can't measure what you can't see, what you don't have. Keep going.
The lifer could stump the stranger in no time, but not the other way around.
Wait. The lifer can what? Because we got violent for a minute. They got kind of rough and gangster up in here. You said the lifer could do what?
Stump the stranger in no time.
He didn't say can beat the stranger or he can pass a stranger, being politically correct. He can stump that motherfucker.
And
if you do business against me in my industry and you don't know this game we playing, business is about getting your ass whooped or whooping ass. That's what it really is. And it's not personal. If I'm in business and Shakina whoops me in my industry, I gotta get better. I don't blame Shakina. And I don't mind coming in second sometimes in my business or even third. Or even being a late starter sometimes is better than being the first starter. Mm-hmm. Right? Business ain't about, well, you know what, you got the business and you're winning and you're okay and I'm gonna sit here and I'm gonna watch, and I don't need a portion of what you have. Because at the end of the day, I'm just gonna refer everybody to you. I'm coming for that. I think I can do it better. I see innovation possibilities. So when you somebody coming a stranger and you trying to go up against a lifer, you about to get your ass stumped. Then you want to come talk to me like, can I talk to you about some stuff that's going on in my life? I just need to take you to lunch so I can go through some stuff. Your ego, you about to make me sit down with you and listen to your fucking ego for an hour? And then you be like, no, you so hard on me. That's why I don't like talking to you, because you've been talking through your ego. You ain't talked to me once. Most of the people who can't stand to talk to me is because they lead with their ego. Straight up. That's it. Because I ain't never called you out your name. I ain't never insulted you. I ain't never devalued you. I just tell you the truth, and all of a sudden I'm hurting you. You hurt my feelings. Keep going.
Consequently, as long as the lifer is operating in his circle of competence, he will always have a better understanding of reality to use in making decisions.
Keep going. That's just so powerful. Keep going.
Having this deep knowledge gives him flexibility in responding to challenges, because he will likely have more than one solution to every problem.
That's the difference right there. Lifers they're not a one-trick pony. They are grounded in reality. They know where to pull the resources. They know how to fix their mistakes. They know how to pull the relationships and get subsidized when it's necessary. They know how to hit the shortcuts you didn't even know. They know how to hit over that backyard, and it seemed like they got to that same spot in 1 minute, and you drove your whole car and got there 10 seconds later. They're playing a whole different game, and you don't understand the value of those relationships and that growth and the people that you're engaging. This life of business is not an individualism game. It's not an isolated game. It's a people herd game. Keep going.
This depth increases his efficiency. He can eliminate bad choices quickly because he has all of the pieces of the puzzle.
He can eliminate bad choices quickly because he has all the pieces of the puzzle. You got to pay for those bad choices. They got resources. When you get into an industry, you know that industry, Court can call people right now and save himself. When he went through COVID, that's what Court did. He pulled on relationships to get him through. If Court was a newbie, if he was a stranger to the game, Court would have been at EBT Town. Because he would have had nothing to pull on. How do you get through this system? That's why you have to invest in the experience and the knowledge and the level of competence in a certain industry to weather the storms you will not see coming. When everything is, I would ride with Shakina sometime and we're all going downhill. This is the early Shakina. We're going downhill and she'd be right there with me because we're going downhill. But as soon as that wind hit, it'd just be like this right here. That's how business is. When life is good, everything on the market is just the river's flowing. You built your dam, and everybody getting paid. Everybody getting paid. You like, man, and it's called a hype cycle. You thinking I'm killing it, and then the fucking water dries up. Well, Court and them keep rolling. You on the other hand, oh man, it's racy. White people need to add more water. This is what the world, global warming, all kind of shit, man. If y'all just would have, this is why I can't stand negative instinct. No, you had no competence. This is part of the game. The river's going to dry up. He knows that. He's been around watching this river for a long time. So when you sit with him and you want to sit there and brag and tell him how much you learned about t-shirts and look at my new design and I know you're in competition, but I just thought I want to show you how good. You're not realizing, no, when you in his presence, absorb his knowledge and competence to accelerate your knowledge and competence. Stop bragging. Stop defending. Start listening. Get humble. Start extracting. Come up with great-ass questions. Don't sit there and start doing comparisons. What the hell are you comparing? Comparing your one-day popularity to his deep depth of knowledge? Keep rolling.
We finished this page.
Oh, we did? We finished this one? Okay, keep. What's the next one?
For most of us, climbing to the summit of Mount Everest is outside our circles of competence.
So most of y'all, I don't know about maybe Cassandra, but the rest of us ain't never climbed Mount Everest. I don't know. Cassandra do all kind of weird shit, but the rest of us, we ain't never climbed Mount Everest, right? Okay, cool. Go ahead.
Not only do we have no real idea how to do it, but even more scary, should we attempt it, we don't even know what we don't know. If we studied hard, maybe we figure out the basics.
So reading in this class about business is not doing business. Reading in this class about business is not doing business. It's the basics. You don't know what you don't know until you get in the game. The reason people like Shakina and Cord and even now Cassandra and Marquita's now in business for herself, people in this class, all the people that's in business for themselves in this class, and even Shabisha because she's in a different part of business, they be like, oh, amen. Oh, the spirit just went through them because they're in the game and they understand the depth of the knowledge they're getting. Those of you who are thinking about getting into the game and going, oh, that's interesting. That's cool. I think I want to try that next. Right? Because you're a stranger to the game. Lifers are saying, holy Jesus. And the reason so many people, and then guess what? Remember I told you tourism is the worst part of town? Self-help programs are tourist-based programs exploiting the new stranger who just came to town. And y'all don't even know it. Y'all like, oh, man, I had juice. That dude had me juiced. Oh, I was juiced. Yeah, because you're a stranger. You don't know the game. When you get in the game, you realize he said shit to you. It's a cold game. Circle of knowledge is confidence is the shit. Keep going. I'm gonna calm down. Let me calm down. My blood pressure gonna go up. Keep going. Yo, black people have blood pressure. Close that door. You gonna drive my blood pressure. Mama, my door drove up your blood pressure? Really, mama? Go ahead.
We learn about the training, the gear, the process, the time of year, all the things an outsider could quickly know. But at what point would you be satisfied that you knew enough to get up there and back with your life intact? And how confident would you be in this assessment?
So this is the funny part. So the tourist market sells to you that everybody makes it to the top. If you just take my brochure, take off, and believe in yourself, and jump off this cliff and open your wings, you will fly to the top. Read to the next paragraph.
There are approximately 200 bodies.
Dead bodies. Me, y'all are dead bodies in the game waiting to be killed off by the mountain. Go ahead. Your dead ass is about to die right now. Go ahead.
There are approximately 200 bodies on Everest.
Read on them self-help books and all the goddamn and what's the young dude that thinks he's Tony Robbins? Who? Gary Vee talking about what I did. I just work hard and go out there and you just do these 5 things. This fool done told you climbing Mount Everest is just putting one leg in front of the other and just keep going. If it gets cold, stay focused. Keep going.
Not to mention the ones that have been removed. All of those people thought they could get up and down alive. The climate preserves their corpses, almost as a warning.
Now, here's the whole cool part. None of y'all ever see those corpses. Y'all be walking right by the corpses every day. Talking, it looks like ice to me in a rock. Looks like ice in a rock. Keep going.
The ascent to the summit takes you by the bodies of people who once shared your dream.
The wind gets to 150 miles per hour. There's a couple that went to bed and they told them to tie their tent down properly. And they didn't do it properly. And the wind caught the tent, took the husband and wife off the mountain to plummet to their death. It gets so fucking cold and low oxygen with 150 mile per hour. Category 5 fucking storm is blowing. Because the same reason why are so many people in businesses right now giving up their whole life? First of all, black people at black movies, black people at horror movies. Hey, I don't understand why y'all screaming. I wouldn't even be there. Look, black folks horror movie is I can't pay my bills. But I want you guys to understand this. Like, there's people right now in business, are people taking on these jobs or these challenges. They've never done them before, but their confidence doesn't match their experience. Their ego does not match their confidence. Keep riding. Well, tell you what. We'll get the last online on the way out. Go ahead, let's go. But make sure you know them so we can get back. And also online, if I don't ask your questions, we're gonna create a special group, a special place on Facebook. Any questions we miss, and I'll open up the next class just answering the online questions. Okay, go ahead. Got that from Tennille, by the way. Pimping ass Tennille. Go ahead. Your mic went off. Okay, go ahead.
Norgay worked for years as a trekking porter and was part of a team that tried to ascend Everest in 1935. He finally succeeded in reaching the summit in 1953 after 20 years of climbing and trekking in the region. He developed his expertise through lots of lucky failures.
Through a lot of lucky failures. This right here is going to explain to you why progressive communities are in front of poor communities. This is almost whether you want to say black versus white or any other progressively poor, isolated communities, is because the communities represents Norgay, which is over 20 years climbing and trekking in the region. He developed his expertise to a lot of lucky failures. There's knowledge that comes along with your lucky failures, meaning it didn't kill you. You made a mistake, but you gained a lesson. Keep going.
After Everest, Norgay opened a mountaineering school to train other locals as guides and a trekking company to take others climbing in the Himalayas.
So once he gained his knowledge, he started to train others. And then they started to climb, right? Now there's accumulation of knowledge. This is why slavery is a major impact on black folks. Because slavery, you didn't climb mountains as slavery. You was always like sweeping the bottom of the mountain, moving rocks around, digging holes, making tunnels, right? So then you get out of slavery and freedom is climbing to the top of this mountain. And you don't realize the reason they're climbing at a different rate is because it's accumulated knowledge. This accumulated knowledge is what I'm teaching in this class. There's principles of thought of how to climb you don't have. But you think because you speak the same language and you wear the same clothes, you drive some of the same cars, in some cases live in similar houses, you've accumulated the same level of knowledge, but knowledge of building is not within your circle of competence. So now you have to humble and seek out the knowledge to learn how to build for self. Building for self has nothing to do with morally being right, wrong, or even being wrong in the past. It is an art, it is a skill that requires learning the skill. And you have to make that separation. You can't make it an emotional feeling that's tied to it, like, I was wrong, so I should have this kind of business. You was wrong, and this is why you still wrong without no business. At some point, there's a different competence that comes from a race. And that's why sometimes white people seem superior to our people, is because they picked up a level of knowledge from building that we don't have. And so when you meet a Sherpa, you're like, that Sherpa could climb to the top of the mountain. He's amazing. No, he's experienced. There's no difference between you or any other race, no matter what race you are. Listen to me right now. There's no difference between you and any other gender, no matter what gender preference you are right now. It's really a lack of accumulation of knowledge. And some of you may not make it some of you guys may not become master climbers, but the knowledge you accumulate and you pass down, you train others to climb the mountain further than you did before. Y'all see the game in this? This shit is so cold. I swear to God, I was at home just bubbling with just anticipation. I almost couldn't sleep. Where do we live off? Okay, go ahead. How do you know? Yeah.
How do you know when you have a circle of competence? Within our circles of competence, we know exactly what we don't know.
So when you really have knowledge of what you're doing, you know what you don't know. Just again, you know what you don't know. You're very clear. I don't know anything about that. You even know when to shut the fuck up. Let me explain to you. So back in the days when me and Michelle was in our third year, people say, "Hey, you ever heard of this?" We used to say, yeah, we heard of that. And then wait for us, hopefully to come out in the conversation. We start cutting out. We start saying, no, I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about. But you're in marketing. I understand that, but I never heard that before. Can you please explain it to me? Or where should I go get this information from? Because we realized we were interrupting our circle of competence by trying to play like we knew things we didn't know. Keep rolling. We are able to make decisions quickly and relatively accurately. We possess detailed knowledge of additional information we might need to make a decision with full understanding, or even what information is unobtainable. This is so important. If you want to be the captain of your ship as a business, if you're not aware of what you don't know, you can falsely lead your team to hell. The more you're aware of what you don't know and what is required to get there, you even know where to plug an expert in and even how to measure the expertise and expert contribution to your business, because you understand what that role would play and what impact it has, how it needs to show it to be successful. But when you try to and mind you, so let's say you hire a super expert who's filling a role, you will also know when to surrender to the expertise of the other person and how to measure that expertise. But when you don't have a circle of competence, you will get caught up in titles and lose your whole fucking business. That's real talk. Or I have a PhD. PhD from what? I don't give a fuck? Because that's what the hell like you doing in my business. It's real talk. This is circle of competence. Keep going. We know what is knowable and what is unknowable and can distinguish between the two. You know what's unknowable. You don't just rush to fill it in because you got to make your ego feel good. Keep rolling. For most of us. Hold on. Did you go backwards? Wait, did she be a no? Wait. Something happened weird. I'm saying.
There it is.
For most of okay.
Yep. For most of us, climbing to the summit of Mount Everest is outside our circles of competence. Not only do we have no real idea how to do it, but even more scary, should we attempt it, we don't even know what we don't know. Well, we read this.
So, huh?
We read this. This is a
Yeah.
dupe.
So okay, we'll go back and say no gay. That one. Then we here. We can anticipate.
Okay. We can anticipate and respond to objections because we've heard them before and already put in the work of gaining the knowledge to counter them.
So read that again. We can anticipate and respond to objections
because we've heard them before and already put in the work of gaining the knowledge to counter them.
Keep going. This is so powerful. Keep going.
We also have a lot of options when we confront problems in our circle.
So when you have knowledge, you don't have just one, twos, A, Bs, binary solutions. You start developing plethora. Okay, have you guys ever come to me and asked me about a business question? And I always tell you people, I'm giving you some advice, but you still own the answer. But yeah, you guys ever notice how I can produce a lot of fast answers? Because I practice this shit. I practice this shit all the time. Now, if you caught me 8 years ago, hey man, I got my 1-2 tricks. 12 years ago, hey, my ego's gonna talk to you. I don't know what the fuck. Don't tell me what I said. Just depending on what you call my ego. Go back 20 years ago, depending on how pretty you were. Just I'm keeping it 100. I had to grow my circle of knowledge to be able to say, hey, here's some possible options you have. But that's from the practice of being in this game, right? And the way you get there yourself, the reason a lot of you guys are not there is because your ego. That's why ego's the enemy. Ego's stopping you from being able to develop the competence to run your business, to make the right decisions, to be a winner. The reason you don't also, ego tells you know what you're doing when you really don't know what you're doing. Ego tells you not to even look up or even watch other examples or study what other people are doing in a particular area of your life because you assume you know what you're doing. Ego gives you such a false sense of competence that at the end of the day, you don't even know if you really suck. All you relying upon is popular opinion. You're not even looking at competition in your bank account anymore. Your bank account tells you you are the worst ever. But when you talk to me, you are the best ever. I can't tell you how many people told me I'm an entrepreneur running my business. And I say, how many products have you sold? And they and whatever they sold is underneath this amount of fingers. It's under this 1, 2, 0, 5, 3, half a percentage, -4. I give away hella shit. But when I say, well, hey, have you thought about this? Hey, don't tell me about my business. I know my shit. Bank of America say you don't know a goddamn thing, but you can't say that to yourself. You can't say it. And so why is that killing you? Why is your ego killing you? Because you don't have a circle of competence. And then now this is when you want to blame other races of why you're not performing. You want to blame everybody. Now you're a victim of everybody. Now you got envy in your heart. Oh, so you going, see, that's easy for you to say that because you got money. I got money because I finished my circle of competence and I'm learning how to navigate the ocean I'm in. You could do the same thing. There's nobody inferior in this room. Everybody in this room is superior. But what stops you from accessing your own superiority is your ego. Because you think you're trying to be great before you've done great shit. Do the work. Get some lucky failures underneath your belt. Stop trying to tell everybody how great you are, how much you're a boss, and you can't even boss your kids. Your kids don't even listen to your shit. Keep going. I'm sorry.
Our deep fluency in subjects we are dealing with means we can draw on different information resources and understand what can be adjusted and what is invariant. A circle of competence cannot be built quickly.
Cannot be built quickly. Okay, now how do I be successful in the next 2 years? Please do me a favor. Don't ask me again. This is anybody that's been in this class, I'm gonna ask you, were you in this class in the beginning of August in 2022? You say yes. Then leave me the fuck alone right now. You know the answer to that question. Tell your ego stop talking to me. I don't want to talk to you. I'm tired of talking to the egos. How can I be successful next week? You know, I think I want to be like Shakina right away. Hey, Court got his business. Why can't I be like that? This shit is not done quickly. This is not Business does not go with your thought pattern, which is I went from here to here to here to here, and that was like 3 months. And I went from here to here to here. That's like 4 more months, and then after this, so in 6 months I'm here. No, it doesn't work that way. Keep going.
We don't become
yeah.
lifers overnight.
Don't become lifers overnight. Keep going.
It isn't the result of taking a few courses or working at something for a few months.
Hold on, freeze up. Read that shit, because I know some of y'all pissed off right now, because y'all like, I've been spending this $50 a month, and you mean it's going to take me longer? You motherfucking right. Read that again. It isn't the result of what?
It isn't the result of taking a few courses or working at something for a few months. Being a lifer requires more than skimming the surface.
You quick overnight, oatmeal eating fast overnight, I will need it right away, pop culture, thinking this shit is just watch one video and I got this shit. I'm a chef because I got one recipe. Stop calling surface ass thinking lifer shit. Oh no, that's too complex. Give it to me simple. No, I can't handle all that. I got things going. I got a busy life. I got things I got to take care of. I just need to know the 3 steps I got to go for success. Surface. And I ain't talking about that singing group. Surface. You surface. Surface is a motherfucker. This lifer shit means that you're entering a new level of complexity. I think Cassandra wants to drop some game of what she called me for. But y'all at home, because y'all here going to feel the energy. But y'all at home, when she gets started, hear this shit right here. Go ahead.
I had a question, but
Before you get to the question, just share that shit you said with me first before you get to the question. She was fire.
So I've spent 20 years in corporate, and my most recent position was as the vice president of human resources, and I use that title.
She said vice president. She didn't say the vice cleaner. She didn't say she didn't say vice personnel. She didn't say front desk administration. Can you say that title one more time? Because it does require something to get there. You understand? Not just bringing sandwiches to the office. Go ahead, say again.
So I made it to vice president of human resources.
Bad motherfucker, watch your mouth.
And I was really proud of that, because that to me was an indication of how hard I worked. And now that I've transitioned, or am transitioning to entrepreneurship, I realize that hard work does not translate to entrepreneurship. The hard work that I was doing in corporate.
Drop my mic. Go ahead.
Yeah, the hard work that I was doing in corporate was in a system that guided me through. There was like guide rails on the side of what I was doing, so I could work really, really hard in that trench and go far and fast and high and do really, really well. And you could do that hungover, I could do that high, I could do that sleepy, I could do that angry, depressed, anxious. I could do that with all sorts of emotion because of the guides that they put around me to keep me in this trench. And then coming to entrepreneurship, none of that translates. Working hard is not about putting your head down and doing the thing. It requires all of your emotional and mental resources and keeping your head up, and not just up, but on a pivot and constantly scanning your environment and taking in data. So working hard, like when I get up in the morning now, or when I was in corporate, I get up in the morning, my day was scheduled. I could just follow my Outlook invite calendar and go from thing to thing, or whatever was placed in front of me, and it was easy to work hard. But now I have to fuel that myself by constantly scanning and being aware and absorbing, which leads to the next piece, which was I'm finding one of the more important budgets that I'm managing right now isn't a financial budget as much as it is an energetic one, because of how much we all have the same 24 hours, right? But how you spend that time is literally how you spend that time. And getting...
I can't write that shit on the board. I need to write... How you spend that time is how you spend that time. Keep going.
Yeah, and so...
that's fire. I'm falling in love.
I'm learning it's a currency. And there's no... that emotional budget, you can't spend that time on a lot of the things that we've talked about, people who are going nowhere, complaining about things, or even just yourself getting upset, putting yourself in a space where your mind is distracted by people, places, things, the news, whatever's going on, because it doesn't allow you to have it doesn't allow you to have the awareness that's required of you to fuel how you make your decisions that day. And so it's just, I'm about a year in, and I'm only really now appreciating this lesson, having been a hard worker, someone who's been proud of being a hard worker, did well as a hard worker in corporate, but just not finding that hard work and everything I was so proud of translating to this world. It's a completely different game, which, as we've talked about, is experiential. You couldn't have, I've been in this class for 5 years. I know this, we've talked about this, but it's not until you're in the position to make these decisions for yourself that it fully hits. And so, like he was saying, it's not, you know, this class is everything. I wouldn't be here without it, but it really, the magic is in the doing. The magic isn't in anything you hear, just going out and trying to sell some shit. Just try to sell anything. And the lessons will be that much more poignant.
Yo, Nana, right quick. Can I get a piece of that? No, but you coming to this class all of the time, like they say it, but coming here, if you don't use what is in here, then you might as well not know it. It really doesn't. Up here doesn't really matter much. Like, honestly, you can't do anything with that. You don't have a place to put it. That's like me giving you ingredients to make a cake and you don't have an oven. Why do you need that? You don't, there's nothing you can do with that other than know that you have those ingredients, but it's sort of useless to you. So it's like your decision. I don't know if knowing all of this stuff is going to help you make a decision on whether or not you're going to pursue the path or not. Doesn't really help. And there's not a checklist, because the minute you have one, is obsolete, right? So I teach you how to do this. There's a guy who writes this book on like the evolution of marketing. Every year he's written a new book, and he's on marketing 5.0 now. Yeah. The books are fire, by the way, but he's on the next one because stuff is moving. So even if you had a checklist, it doesn't mean that you're going to be able to build on it. The next wave may be like, I throw the whole thing out because it literally doesn't matter anymore. So it's like you want a checklist, and we feel like this class is supposed to give us that. 5 years later, I understand, like, the checklist is literally, it's a crutch that's going to actually dumb you down. So when in this class is like, I'm trying to teach you how to think about this so that you won't ever have to rely on or become a victim of a checklist. You'll actually have the agility to be able to leverage all of the thinking to make decisions in the moment, because stuff is happening so fast. So it's not that yes, there are checklists out there, but I think what the class is trying to give you is something that is superior to that. And yes, it's going to require that you think a little longer and change the way you think to be able to use it. But so many businesses fail, right? And so they fail because they're reliant on checklists. Like, I come from the same corporate, but I come from the competitive side where people fall all the time. But usually they fall because they refuse to change, and they refuse to change because they don't know any other way. So this is not just small. Like, big businesses go through the same problems. Like, honestly, this class should be thousands of fucking dollars. Honestly, it should, because businesses fall. I've worked for big companies. They're falling for the same reasons that we talk about here every week. And I know it doesn't seem like it, especially if you don't have like a job that requires you to be out in the market testing it. But from a like, can I be competitive in a market? This would save some of the companies I've worked for. Like, kid you not.
Yeah, it's teaching you.
I'm sorry. I just want to say, like, hands down, like, being in the class, since it was a class, the best book
Like if you don't take away anything else and you read that shit every year, every 6 months, read that mental models book, because there are no books or podcasts or any fucking thing that can tell you how to run your business. But you can learn how to identify patterns of thinking that's globally shared. And if you can learn how to think and see things and hear people and like take apart a situation, that is when you have power, because everybody in here has a different interest. Everybody in here has a different life story. Everybody in here has a different target market. Everybody in here has a different product, service, belief. So guess what? Every fucking path is going to be different. But if you don't know how to think about it, see the world, understand the world's view of things, understand how the world is going to see your product, think about your product, you're fucked from the get-go until you realize you got to let all the shit you know go. And that Mental Bottles book is so freaking fire. And if you didn't read it, you better go read it and read it a whole bunch more times. Straight up.
Hey, y'all
Not gonna get a checklist.
But I think the
all right,
thing
let me try to get
Would
these
you like
people,
it back?
these people slide. Hey, first of all, thank y'all. That was fire. I
can
told
I ask
you
my
guys.
question still?
You got Tim. Okay, go ahead.
So I'm struggling with being in your zone of genius or competence rather, and that being different than running your business. There's the thing you do or sell in which you have your zone of genius, and then there's the selling of that thing, right? There's the running of the business, and I'm trying to grab all of that. And I'm not sure, is my question making sense? Like, I'm not sure how to apply this to the running of the business.
Because when you're running the business, you're going back to what your example was exactly what you're talking about. So when you say running the business, you go back to working hard, right? Okay. There's no such thing as running the business without understanding the science. Okay, it's like I'm going to sell my boat and I'm going to go somewhere, but I don't know when I'm just going to sell my boat. I think it's that way. I'm going to take off, just point my boat in that direction. You got to know a lot about navigating, a lot about the obstacles, a lot about the history of obstacles, a lot about the way to think about this. What about your man getting sick? What about the resources? What about problems with the ship? Like there's so many different variables, and circle of competence is when you understand, no, it's not like when you see people get on a boat and they just get there, right? Because in TV, they show you, they started, they had a problem, they fixed it, they're there, right? Where there's a plethora of knowledge that is automatically assumed. Where this applies is that, this is why I used to tell you guys study an hour a day. What are you studying an hour a day? Some of you, I don't think y'all even, like, what are we studying a day? What business do you run? If you say you're doing something, and I ask you, I should be able to come to you and say, hey, what about this? You'll know what you should know, what you shouldn't know, what is outside your reach, what's valuable, because you're studying that industry so much, and you're meeting people in that industry, and you're almost baking into that, to the point, if I ask you about that culture, you sound like a fanboy, but with deeper knowledge, right? As opposed to, I'm doing this thing to get money. There is no such thing as doing this thing. I own this thing that I'm producing to create value. That's a different than I'm doing this thing to get money. I own this thing to create value. And creating value is that there is no clean path. The path is doing this. Oh, it's this way today. Oh, it's this way today. Nope, no path at all. Okay, new path coming. Now, when those paths change, do you know how to maneuver your spaceship like on Star Trek to adjust to the journey that you're on? Or do you say, well, no, it's supposed to be like this. This is what I was trained. I don't see what's happening right here. Oh, this just not making no sense. You know what people should do? No, you're like, oh, they went this way. I was telling Shama, I was like, but Shama, we gotta get rid of that word bad clients. There's no such thing. They're variations. It's just something we don't like. So how do we learn to adjust our business and teach our staff how to outsmart those variations and see those variations as challenges as opposed to taking on the emotional, oh, I gotta deal with this bad client. It's like, no, this client is a challenge. Or how do we design our system to make sure that that kind of client doesn't come through anymore? But how do we develop a client profile that's so smart that we're winning and we're navigating, not we're being affected by? Because in the end, they're just variations. Once we start giving them labels, then we take on emotional and then we underperform when we have a negative experience. Okay, let me just keep going. I gotta, because I want just a few more before we go home. Just a few more, because this is so cool. Keep going.
There is no shortcut to understanding. Building a circle of competence takes years of experience, of making mistakes, and of actively seeking out better methods of practice and thought. One of the essential requirements of a circle of competence is that you can never take it for granted. You can't operate as if a circle of competence is a static thing.
We're on the same slide. Cause I was sitting there going, wait, if I'm a little high or something? Okay, well, okay, okay. Let's try to get tough.
There we go.
I promise you, I was like, I gotta stay with that. But
We
that man
hijacked
Sage,
you.
I thought it was Sage. It started to sound like some hemp around here. But yeah, go ahead.
We hijacked you.
He lit that Sage up. I'm like, yeah, that sounds about right. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead, boy. Look. Hey, man, I don't know, man. It all stinks. Anyway, go ahead. Sage stink. I don't care what y'all say. Y'all put on some cologne called Sage and see how many dates you stay on. Anyway, go ahead.
There is no shortcut to understanding.
Your relationship, your day be spraying you with free breeze. Oh, god damn. Go ahead. Anyway, go ahead. He's like, why you keep bringing me roses? Because you stink. Anyway, go ahead. I'm sorry. I'm going rogue. Okay, go back.
There is no shortcut to understanding. Building a circle of competence takes years of experience, of making mistakes, and of actively seeking out better methods of practice and thought.
So that means that if you ever made a hell of mistakes in your business, you don't even have circle of competence yet. If you try to do everything, perfectionism is not a form of circle of confidence. Remember I told you can't build a business through excellence? If you're trying to be perfect in everything you do because you don't want to do bad, you don't want to get a C or D, this is why you're not good at what you do. I promise you, me and Court have more F's and D's and C's than you can even want to talk about. But that's why we perform the way we perform. We learn from our mistakes. Business is about doing a whole bunch of shit incorrect to ultimately achieve a high level reward and high level performance. So a lot of times when you're a new business, you haven't done enough stuff and mistakes, and you've been too timid and too rigid and too fragile in your attempts. Go ahead.
One of the essential requirements of a circle of competence is that you can never take it for granted. You can't operate as if a circle of competence is a static thing that once attained is attained for life.
Well, okay, let me see. Wait a minute, because she almost snuck that one out past y'all. When you reach a circle of confidence, it ain't for life. Matter of fact, it ain't even for more than 4 or 5 years. I could almost say it's about 2 years max. If Court stopped doing what he's doing for 2 years and he tried to get back in, he's already behind the guy who was way behind him. Circle of competence is a constant engagement of growth and a constant movement. It's your velocity, not your static level. It's the way you're moving in an industry. It's not, I've been here before. Every time you walk away from the industry, you are set back. Go.
The world is dynamic. Knowledge gets updated. So too must your circle.
So if the world's changing so fast, whatever knowledge you have, that's why I said you can't pull that past shit. That world's gone, bro. Why use that past shit? What you gonna do with that past shit? That shit's in past for a reason. And it might be subtle tweaks of the new shit. But don't try to sell a BlackBerry in the Apple world. You ass out of luck. This is the game of once you get into business, you're not in. Okay, being an entrepreneur is one of the highest performing positions in the world. On this earth, it's one of the most godly, highest performing positions in the world. But some of y'all treat it like it's a minimum wage job at McDonald's. Who gonna train me, boss, so I can work hard? I'm the best employee here. Employee of the year. What if your surgeon told you that's how they got down? Oh, you got something going on with your appendix? Okay, hold on, let me read these instructions. Okay, get the knife. Okay, shh, be quiet. Get the knife. Okay, I gotta cut. Oh shit, anesthetics. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you like that. You need a person. I went to a restaurant the other day with my daughter, my family, and I ain't gonna tell you what restaurant because I'm gonna go off and I'm gonna go do that. But the lady was a horrible waitress. She brought the appetizers first and brought my daughter food later. A real veteran waitress would have said, "Hey, should we bring the daughter the food out first, or when you bring your daughter's food out?" Because you realize that children don't eat what adults eat, right? But her rookiness got the game fucked up, right? Now, if she would came and say, "I'm a rookie at what I'm doing, and this is my first couple of weeks," then people will build that into it. Or you charge lower prices and say, "I'm only doing this because I'm using it as an experience to learn. I'm still making a decent profit, but I'm not this person. Then people work with you. But some of y'all come in talking about, I got experience. I've been doing this shit for like 6 months. And I used to work at McDonald's, so I know I'm hella tight at what I'm doing. What? 2 more slides and we're going home. We don't get through them all tonight, but just go ahead.
There are 3 key practices needed in order to build and maintain a circle of competence.
What's the first one?
Curiosity.
Uh-oh. If I say curiosity one more time, and y'all think I just like to use that fancy ass cute word, curiosity, or y'all just thinking like it's the next name of a new R&B boy band, that's not the fuck I just said. Curiosity is a superpower for entrepreneurs. Not judgment. Not I know what the hell I'm doing. Not I got a hell experience. Not you got this game fucked up. You can't tell me what I don't know. Curiosity. Keep going.
And a desire to learn, monitoring, and feedback.
Okay, there are 3 key, the word was practices. It didn't say three key things to know. It said 3 key, the word is practices. I said practice. We talked about, Court, remember when you talked about practice? Court talked about practice so goddamn much. I was outside of my house late at night trying to dribble. I'm not getting my game's not coming back. My knees won't agree with it. But practice. I started believing myself too much. I can be back on the court. Bro, you practice. There are 3 key practices needed in order to build and maintain a circle of competence. 1 is curiosity. 2, and a desire to learn. You don't have a desire to learn if every day you go home and just wash dishes and do your chores and get ready for the next goddamn day. You don't have a desire to learn if you ain't read no books this week. You ain't got no desire to learn if you ain't spending every chance you get, every opportunity you can to try to learn some new shit. You do not have a desire to learn if you only listen to talk radio that agrees with all the shit you already agree with and they make an argument, NPR. Desire to learn means that you're actively practicing curiosity, desire to learn, and monitoring and feedback. Meaning that you practicing feedback. No, I know y'all, because I know black folks, y'all ain't never heard no shit like this before. Practicing feedback is like telling somebody to take my food off my table. Practicing feedback. This is entrepreneur. Entrepreneur is not meant for the soft at heart. This is a friction-based process. If you soft and scared and fragile and timid, then that's what you need to work on right now. Because you got to get used to going to somebody and saying, hey, what do you think about this? And be comfortable with the no. When somebody flex on you with words, you prepare to just do your counter move and throw it right back at them. Not, he came off so strong, I just gave him everything for free. What? Keep going. First, you have to be willing to learn. Go ahead.
First, you have to be willing to learn. Learning comes when experience meets reflection.
Meets reflection, meaning you at home reading, not just reading hella books. No, I read 400 books this week, ain't reflected on one of them. Go ahead.
You can learn from your own experiences, or you can learn from the experience of others through books, articles, and conversations. Learning everything on your own is costly and slow.
Learning everything is costly. I'm an independent woman. I need to learn on my own. Slow ass. Go ahead.
You are one person. Learning from the experiences of others is much more productive.
This is why I told you guys I practice an hour a day. I'm speeding the process up. I like to move fast too. I don't know about y'all, but I don't hang out with the snails and the turtles. All my partners are fast rabbits. You understand me, player? They just fast rabbits. And so I like to move fast. That's why I'm always reading and studying all the time. I don't want to be where I was 10 years ago, 20 years from now. But when y'all sitting there trying, I'm just going to learn through experience. You know, that's the way I learn from just getting there and trying some things. I'm just going to move some things around. You got to do both. You got to do both. Yes, you want to learn from touching and trying things, but you got to also learn from learning. A lot of times when I try to start something, and this happens all the time, I think the internet's the most amazing thing in the world. I will start working on something, or I need to spend a lot of money on something. And like, for example, let's say I decided to do an upgrade on my sound system. So I'm like, I need to go get this. And I said, no, you don't know shit about no goddamn sound systems. Put all that shit down. I went on YouTube first, learned the language, called the experts who do it all the time. Hey, this is what I was thinking. What do you think? Oh, okay, it sucks. I'm not here to argue. If you tell me it sucks, can you tell me why it sucks so I can kind of look up something so I can own that information for myself? Okay, I become informed. on almost any major decision. If more than $1,000 come, if $20 come out of my pocket, I don't need to be smart. $20, I'm not going to be analyzing. Is McDonald's better than Burger King? I'm not going to do that. That's too much. That's too much unnecessary space. But if I get past a certain amount of money, my analysis starts to creep up. And if it involves other lives and my business and my brick and mortar and the systems I built and my family and my kids, that it gets really up there. And I don't go for the shenanigans of just, I just want to feel and touch this out and just see what happens, what comes through it. You got all these tools of learning, and you mean from our relationships to the internet to the actual books, what am I tripping on? Now, once I get all that information, I'm going to play around with it until I get it myself. That's why, so I learned, during COVID, I took a class on how to detail a car because I always thought detailers was hella dope. I always wanted to learn how to do what they was like, what are you doing? What's these chemicals do? I took the class. Do you know I still watch videos of different techniques and how to improve those techniques, even though it's just a hobby for me? Everything I do, anything I get into, I learn it. I don't do that just touch, because when you do that touchy-feely stuff, I watched myself do that when I was younger and just stay at the bottom for hella long and then complex the bottom. I'm just using all my brain power to stay at the bottom. Rising requires growth. Keep finish this because we don't just finish this little section here, which is 2 sides, I think. Go ahead.
You need to always approach your circle with curiosity, seeking out information that can help you expand and strengthen it.
Learn
from the mistakes of others. You can't live long enough to make them all yourself.
Next, this last one.
Second, you need to monitor your track record in areas which you have or want to have a circle of competence. And you need to have the courage to monitor honestly so the feedback can be used to your advantage.
Okay, read that again, because I think somebody, feedback ain't one of our favorite languages. Like, we use the word feedback in front of black people. They be like, man, I don't speak Portuguese. Go ahead, let's try again.
Starting from and you need.
Second, you need.
Second, you need to monitor your track record in areas which you have or want to have a circle of competence.
So you need to monitor what you do. Is it good? Is it working? Is anybody really fucking with me? Am I beating the competition? Monitor yourself. You need to be your highest self critic. You need to be watching what you do. Keep going.
And you need to have the courage to monitor honestly so the feedback can be used to your advantage.
So if Josh, when he came to me, he had honest self-assessment, which he didn't, because his ego was crazy at the time. But if he had self-assessment, then what happens is then when people come in this class or in photography class, when they didn't have honest self-assessment, when I gave them feedback, the feedback wouldn't work because it would be a conflict with how they thought about themselves. Because their brain, who are you to tell me this? How you know? Who are you? You wasn't even there when I took the last picture. Oh, hell no. You disrespected me. See, I think Donna don't like me. Wow, whoop. Your brain went into negativity instinct and now you lost. And I don't know how the fuck you got there. And I'm watching you just float away in the world of hell. But keep going.
The reason we have such difficulty with overconfidence, as demonstrated in studies which show that most of us are much worse drivers, lovers, managers, traders, and many other things than we think we are.
That's just part of the human nature. We all are worse at whatever we think we are than we actually. We really can't measure ourselves against others. We think some of y'all think y'all great lovers. Okay, this is gonna hurt. You know the truth. Keep going.
Is because we have a problem with honest self-reporting.
It's a problem. It's the way the brain, it's a limitation of the brain. Self-reporting is difficult. Remember I said you need 3 people. You need people around you to give you feedback. Self-reporting is not what your brain does. Keep going.
We don't keep the right records because we don't really want to know what we're good and bad at.
You don't even want to know what you're good and bad at. Let's keep the shit 100. You want to believe you're good at all this shit. You think you just a walking prince. You can play every instrument, sing every note. Nope. You're not even Tiny Timmy who sings at the church fair. Keep going.
Ego is a powerful enemy when it comes to better understanding reality.
Wait a minute, is this Ego's the enemy or is this another book? Well, this is another book, right? What did he say? Because those words, I heard those words before. He said, ego is a powerful enemy when it comes to better understanding reality. Court done gave y'all so much game and y'all sitting there looking at him like, this is so emotional and I feel like I'm working on myself now. We're going to stop here. Because this is so emotional. I'm working on myself. Court is so deep. And last time I went home and I realized, Court, I might have an ego problem. Court wasn't talking to you. He's talking about what you want to do. He's giving you a tool for the journey you got to take. He wasn't over there trying to comfort. He's not your psychiatrist. He's not sitting down with you, your counselor, trying to make you feel good about yourself and help you just go through your trauma. And some people can really talk to us like that. Like, can you just help me with, me and my boyfriend? I don't know how in the fuck I got between you and your boyfriend. Honestly, I don't really give, because I can. But what we are here for is not to personally judge anybody in this room. We're all here to give you tools that you're going to need to climb your Mount Everest. When he gave you ego as an enemy, that was that pitch that he's helping you, that you dig into the ice to pull yourself to the next level. But many of you guys translated that as if it was just some comforting tool because you felt you were too busy living a life of purity or wanting to be right because you felt you were wrong. Like some of y'all like to be spanked, not the way you think. Spanked meaning that, because y'all done took it to, I could just see some people are like this. What? What I mean by being spanked, you guys like to be, when your mother used to spank you as a kid, referencing that, not, don't make me do this. But anyway, so some of y'all like to be spanked, meaning like you like somebody to come along and tell you how bad you are. Right? Some of y'all go to church just to hear how bad you are. Well, that's not what our goal is. Our goal is never to diminish you, hurt you, shrink you, devalue you. This is never personal for us. When we get into this game, this real world is a different world than these conversations of morality and purity that you have in these common circles, especially around the Bay Area. Bay Area is like purity, peaceful, kind, tiptoe, fragile, soft, tissue, cotton type dialogue all the time. But when you get into real business, cats hit you in the mouth and you got to get back up and be like, oh, that was good hit. All right, I'm coming for you next. That's how business really works. If a business comes in and takes over your whole market, you didn't see that coming? You wasn't watching the tea leaves? Or were you just chugging along in no sector of confidence thinking that you knew everything that you didn't know? Did your ego really cause you to fail? Or do you spend your whole life blaming other people, not looking at what you could have did better? So when you get back in the game, you perform at a higher level because that was a lucky failure. Every failure you take is a lesson. Every bully you come up against business is a lesson. Every time somebody smokes your ass or stumps you, it's a lesson. But y'all want to talk about the stump and the bullying and how you got smoked. That's not a conversation. Turn your brain around because your brain likes the negative. This is all tied together. We'll come back to the rest of this next because this shit is heated. It keeps going. But can you see how the negative instinct and the circle of competence is kind of almost keeping you wrapped up in limitations? At some point, you got to take your brain and go, yes, he knocked me the fuck down. When I was a kid, I was talking to Irk the other day. Irk said, if him and his friend got into a fight, his father would let them fight, but required for them to go hang out afterwards. And most of them people stayed friends. Nowadays, we're so fragile, we fight. Now we're all sitting counselors, are we shooting? Are we calling, we got phones all calling police, shaming online. Well, in the real world, unfortunately, you're going to have clashes because there's so many human beings with different beliefs. So we have natural clashes. You can't personalize all those clashes because here's a rule of football. If I hit you in a football hit, I may knock you on your butt and like have you seeing stars. But what you forgot is the damage my body took to hit you. At some point, you got to start avoiding the hits. Avoid the hits. Accept the process. Learn to go with the flow. Learn to understand why you're really here. Learn to understand the value you add to this earth. See the value in your personal life first, and then see the value you add to people around you. And this all translates to business. You guys are going from this curated, marginalized, you have these safety rails on both sides, and all you're doing is running really, really hard. You're going from that world to this world. This world don't have an HR department that's gonna tell you that was a nice competitor. You should not come to nothing like that. The only HR there is God itself. That's it. And the bad guy don't always lose. Sometimes the bad guy wins. That's the real life you live in. The girl who got Emmett Till killed is dying at 88. She lived a good life. 88 years, that's a good amount of time to be on this earth. God didn't get up. You guys will go with this? So it's a deeper lesson here The negativity thing is such a powerful drag on your growth. You have no idea. Pull out that negativity spot. Not to say you don't see negative things, but learn to see the value and the beauty of the people around you, which translates to the way you show up to the world. It's a very simple equation, but I had to circle these two motherfucking subjects we covered tonight. But you see, I want you to see how heavy those two subjects are literally dragging you. Tell the people online, or if you take those questions online, copy and paste them on. Let's create a Facebook space. Let's put them on the same Facebook. I'll try to answer some of them separately because I want folks to go home because I don't stole hella time. And like Sandra said, time is expensive shit. So y'all go have a good night. I appreciate everybody. I love y'all. I love y'all participation. It's going to keep getting richer and richer. I'm going to make this class so goddamn rich. Somebody will get a caveat up in here. With that being said, have a good night, y'all.